Hey everyone, this is Mariah, and I'm just coming at you with an interesting project that I was, I guess you would say, propositioned with earlier this year. Somebody who asked not to be named wanted me to read the book We Are Satanists for them. And I felt like, well, that's an offer I really can't refuse, huh? So I did so, and while doing so, while reading it, I thought, how fun would it be to share it with you guys, right? So I tried to contact, somebody, and I never got any reply back. And I've weighed my options back and forth, and I don't want to overstep on anyone's boundaries, but I figure, you know what? The high priest, Peter Gilmore, has stated himself that one of the best things that you can ever do is to utilize your satanic talents. I suppose that for me, reading books is a satanic talent of mine, right? If the author, publisher, whoever does not want this on YouTube, just let me know. I will put my email on the screen below my face and just contact me. If you don't want this up, let me know and I'll take it down. I do want to say, though, that this is me reading this book. I am the voice that's recorded this. And I just want to point that out because, in some ways, I guess that's almost fair use, but whatever. At the end of the day, if someone doesn't want this up, just let me know and I'll take it down. It's no big deal for me. Makes no difference to me, right? But I really wanted to share this with you guys. I think some of y'all would really, really appreciate it. And to quote, as stated in the book itself, better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. Isn't that right? Without further ado, let's read. I hope you enjoy this. We Are Satanists. The History and Future of the Church of Satan by Blanche Barton. The History and Future of the Church of Satan. Copyrighted 2021 by Blanche Barton. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means whatsoever, including photocopying, recording, other electronic or mechanical methods, or any information storage and retrieval system by any methods currently in use or mediums yet to be used or invented, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. This means you, bub. This book is dedicated to our founder and original high priest, Anton Szandor LaVey. Though so much has changed since he codified his philosophy, Dr. LaVey's guidance is revealing itself to be increasingly vital and relevant with each passing day. I treasure the time we spent together, savoring each smile, each silly joke, every hour of music he played, each wise word, every moment as a precious twinkling gem. To my final breath, he will remain my strength and my inspiration, my cherished love. In 1966, Anton Szandor LaVey founded the Church of Satan. In 1967, the first public satanic rituals were performed. In 1969, LaVey's first book, The Satanic Bible, was published. In 1971, rituals ceased at the original Black House in San Francisco. LaVey encouraged a network of internationally located grottos as outlets for group rituals and other activities. In 1974, grottos grew cumbersome and contentious and were abolished. In 1984, Diane Hegarty left Anton LaVey. I met Dr. LaVey and moved to San Francisco, mass hysteria of the Satanic Panic began. In 1992, the Satanic Panic fizzled. In 1995, bowing to requests from members, LaVey revived the grotto system. In 1997, Dr. LaVey died. I carried on as later. 1998, a memorial concert was held for Dr. LaVey in New York City. 2001, I appointed Peter Gilmore to the position of High Priest. Formal grotto system became obsolete with the growth of the Internet. Black House was torn down. 2002, I became Magistra Templi Rex. Magistra Peggy Nadramia became High Priestess. 2006, Church of Satan 666 event was held in Los Angeles. 2007, High Priest Gilmore's book, The Satanic Scriptures, were published. 2008, Walpurgisnacht Hellfire Caves event was held in England. 2009, the new Black House was established in Poughkeepsie, New York. 2015, Year 50 events were held in Washington, D.C. First Devil's Reign art exhibit was held in Fort Myers, Florida. In 2016 was the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Church of Satan, with celebrations in Hudson Valley, New York. There was also the Devil's Reign 2 psychedelic blasphemy. 2017, there was the Devil's Reign 3 Daikaiju. 2018 was Devil's Reign 4 All of Them Witches. And 2019 was the celebration of the 50th year of publication of the Satanic Bible, which was held in Fort Myers, Florida. Invictus. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. William Ernest Henley. Acknowledgements. My thanks, first and always, to my beloved son Xerxes, for his unstinting support and calm wisdom. I am so proud of the man you have grown to be. Thank you to Maestro Peter H. Gilmore, whose drive, uncomprising clarity, and creativity continue to inspire more of the same in all of us. In true multifaceted high priest fashion, he wrote the foreword, motivated me with his music, shot the cover image, and, oh yeah, with his incomparable consort, kept the Church of Satan going these past 2 decades, so I could write a book about it. Thanks, as ever, to our high priestess, Peggy Nadramia, for your unparalleled encouragement and perceptive guidance. We all gain strength from your quick wit, generous spirit, and discernment. Every day you most certainly manifest those words Anton LaVey whispered in your ear so long ago. Deep appreciation also goes to our high priest and priestess for unlocking the Church of Satan archives, allowing us to include some outstanding images in the pages that follow. My editor and publisher, Magistra Ruth Waits, has been patient and persistent since we first talked about this expansion in 2016. She has been a supportive friend for many years and has gracefully danced this book into being. A true Queen of Pentacles. May she always live in abundance. Magister Kevin Slaughter carefully scanned the original Church of Satan book and gave me a royal pitchfork in the keister to get this going. I thank you for that, for your kindness throughout the years, and for the great archival work you continue with the Underworld Amusements. Carl Abramson and his brilliant partner, Dr. Vanessa Sinclair, orchestrated a magically charged trip to Italy, created a mesmerizing movie about Dr. LaVey, Into the Devil's Den, which will soon be released as a book, and helped me understand why it was important to include a chapter here about the emerging perspectives on Satanism in academia. I treasure your friendship, both of you, and look forward to our further trips to unhallowed grounds. My dear friend, Tracy, generously harbored me so I had time to finish this manuscript. For that, and for so much else, I will always be profoundly grateful. Miguel, my childhood fellow fiend and stalwart, traveling companion, has always been there when I needed him. May we have many more grand adventures. Many thanks to all those members and scholars who took the time and care to answer my questions. You added your perspectives to these pages, which certainly enriched and broadened this work immeasurably. The soundtrack for this tome was dominated by chords of Nox Arcana, Dead Can Dance, Naiaz, Stella Mara, Irfan, Fon, Chopin, Tchaikovsky, Puccini, Verdi, Beethoven, Gilmour, Chanticleer, Lorena Mechanic, Karunesh, and J.S. Bach. To those still on this side of the veil, I extend my thanks for inspiring my devilish endeavors. I am deeply honored to have known and worked with outstanding members of the Church of Satan, fresh acolytes as well as seasoned dedicants, as intimately as I have these many decades, to see them discover, strive, achieve, always driving themselves to new understanding and greater goals. A special thanks to those with whom I have shared the dance floor and indulged in quiet moments of intense conversation. Magister Bob Johnson and Darlene, Magister Neil Smith, Lex and Zoe, Warlock Enki, Robert Merciless, Adam Campbell, Bill M., Andy Howell, Reverend Entity and Fiona, Paul Sherman, Karen Stewart, Magistra Egrain, Marge and Thorn, Michael and Annabelle, Lord Devil May Care, Sange, Zachary, Raoul, Gregory, Milton C., Eric Werner, Magistra L.K. Rice, the Count and Countess, Storm and Renee, Bede and Julie, Christopher and Jezebel. You feed me. I miss you. May we all look forward to further late nights of diabolical revelry once this plague is lifted. Forward. A rising, rolling tide of stupidity, superstition, and hysterical intransigence threatens to plunge our society into a new dark age of medieval beliefs and passions. This active embrace of fear and ignorance is quashing the slow climb of science, skepticism, and logic that have brought us to technological heights beyond any seen earlier in our societal history. Human-crafted social orders are inherently fragile, though some may lumber on for centuries of inertial stagnation. Observers of the early 21st century are witnessing a resurgence of the witless, flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, and other exemplars of minds welded shut against facts. These morons evolved from an earlier sort of fool, terrified that the turn of the millennium would cause widespread collapse. Moreover, we have a revival of the rancid piss of the satanic panic, which had been seemingly flushed in the mid-1990s. This time it's been rebottled for QAnonians, and these rabid lunatics drink deeply. Their stench is stultifying to all who reject the psychopathic madness infecting conspiracy theorists. These cretinous hordes embrace an unbelief in the rational, the sensible, the coherent. The collective cancer of accepting, and even worse, acting upon, thinking that isn't based in reality, has led to this dire global condition. Theists, who consider themselves to be in personal contact with mythical, regulationist overlords, amongst myriad additional tropes of toxic faith in beings beyond graspable reality, are a tidal surge washing away what now sadly seem as ephemeral sandcastles, erected by the few bold pioneers of the rational as means for understanding. As Satanists, our philosophy champions individuality, our self-sovereignty, and thus there is a bit of tongue-in-cheek sensibility to this present book's title. Satanists are not a collective, and the Church of Satan is not a community, not a herd, not a gaggle, cluster, nor even a murder. Though perhaps we might briefly consider the leonine approach to gathering called a pride. Accurately, our function is an organic, continually morphing cabal, and the commonly shared holding is a philosophy most properly and blasphemously encapsulated by Magus LaVey with the adversarial moniker Satanism. There is no need for any interaction. There is no groupthink. We are free to be highly selective with whom our time is spent. That is completely the purview of each Satanist. The "we" of the title does not refer to a monolithic block of clones marching in lockstep. No. Satanists are a wonderfully bizarre conglomeration of outsiders who share a means for seeking self-fulfillment, having been clued in to recognizing their nature by the deep insights of that canny Anton Xander LaVey. Blanche Barton has crafted this volume wherein she captures impressions of the many who have stood forth so far to make a commitment to defining Satanism through their actions, and their individual application of the perspectives outlined in our expositive literature. Barton's endeavors as a chronicler, an observer, and as a participant in wielding the concepts of Magus LaVey, her companion, her friend, and lover, will be amply demonstrated as you peruse these pages. You may have even contributed a testament of your own efforts to live in these troubled times, or find that you are reflected in the deeds and doings recorded herein. Or you may conclude that your own trail is far from those you'll discover here, yet still congruent, as Satanism permits many structures to be built upon the firm grounds of its honestly human teachings. Magistra Barton reveals, with unflinching candor, her adventures with the Doctor, from glorious victories to some bitter defeats. You'll find lies and rumors about his final days swept aside, and, as you absorb what she offers, you'll be caught up in her emphatic celebration of what it means to be a Satanist. In these overly interesting times, we in the dark fane called the Church of Satan have mastered means that future generations of Satanists might find to be both informative and inspirational. We can gift them keys to open the vaults to what we may have protectively kept amongst ourselves in an act of well-considered preservation. The perceptive of those to come will note that there was a bastion, a sanctuary in which, while mindlessly held sway, The black flame was kept intensely burning for that numinous fire called reason. In our ebon towers, citadels of logic too challenging for those whose consciousness lack the discipline of clear thinking, we maintained that blaze, even when it might have been diminished to but an ember, almost choked into non-existence by an exterior avalanche of impassioned idiocy. That discipline will be understood to have been our commitment, our pledge, our pact. That we Satanists shall have been primary in initiating such a future age is the legacy we are now manifesting via our creativity, our diversity, our passions, our Satanism. Those inheritors of what should be a more just and vital world will not be poised on the brink of self-immolation. On the contrary, they will be prepared and eager to progress from the unique cradle of our respected and cultivated homeworld to seize the very stars. Only our species' comprehension of nature and ourselves can offer us the tools for fulfilling that future. When the inferno of reason again sweeps to preeminence in the landscape of the guiding forces of our coming society, that lambent light will incinerate the tangled weeds cultivated by faith and belief. And we shall have been instrumental in forging that magnificent destiny. May our descendants be enlightened, leading lives of joyous satisfaction, as they at last possess a society manifesting our is to be. Let reason rule the earth. Magus Peter H. Gilmore, The Black House, Witchcraft District, Haunted Hudson Valley, February 6, 2021. Introduction. Satanists live among us. That Satanists live among us. That is a fact. That is a fact. I should know. I've been a practicing Satanist for 45 years. Most of those in various leadership positions within the Church of Satan. It's been said there is a predictable cycle regarding the reaction to new ideas. The version attributed to Union advocate Nicholas Klein in 1918 is, first, they ignore you, then they ridicule you, and then they attack you and want to burn you, and then they build monuments to you. The reception of Satanism has certainly run the gamut back and forth along that continuum during our 50-plus year history. Founded by Anton LaVey during the dazzling psychedelic kaleidoscope that was 1960 San Francisco, the Church of Satan gained international press and celebrity support in the land of Timothy Leary, Ken Kesey, war protests, love-ins at the Sexual Freedom League, and celebrations of all things witchy, counterculture, and groovy. After a few years, disenchanted socialites began to give the devil a cold shoulder when they realized LaVey was actually not the shallow huckster they presumed him to be. By the 1980s, hostilities bristled as God's warriors mobilized and made good money fanning the flames of fear against an imagined international satanic criminal conspiracy. We weathered those storms and the death of our founder in 1997 to grow stronger in our convictions and even more hell-bent in our advocacy of rationality and indulgence. This began as a simple rewrite and possible expansion of a slim book I published in 1990, titled, simply, The Church of Satan. It was written during the height of what has come to be called the Satanic Panic, What we needed most then was a small, accessible handbook describing a bit about the Church of Satan's history, practices, and foundational literature, giving law enforcement, counselors, and animal protection agencies ready access to our traditions and ethics. But as I looked toward revising this book, I decided to include some aspects I didn't have time to cover in the first edition. Specifically, I wanted to relate the ancient and contemporary roots of satanic thought as Anton LaFey defined and explored it. Here you will find a chapter on the various streams that feed our philosophy, along with several historical church documents in the appendices, containing original newsletters and rituals. Additionally, I wanted to include many more valuable satanic voices beyond my own, expressing how they have applied this philosophy for their own strength and fulfillment. To address this, I sent out a number of surveys for members to fill out, and many Satanists were generous with their insights and personal histories. I decided to petition various academic voices to weigh in on why Satanism is popular with certain people, hateful to others, and why most academics tend to disdain or ignore Satanism as an emerging religious movement. As a final edition, I knew people would be curious about how the church has fared since LaVey's death. With these expansions, what started out as a simple revision and reflection on our first half-century quickly broadened in content and vision. For Satanists, I hope this book will be a celebration of our emergence as a major religion. Not many people have the privilege of participating in the formative years of a burgeoning philosophy. I trust you will be strengthened and further inspired by hearing perspectives from your wicked comrades along the left-hand path. This book will serve not only as a history and inspiration for you, but can also be a ready resource for non-Satanists in your life. If you aren't a Satanist, this book is also for you. Don't be intimidated by the cover. Return it to the shelf and walk away. Reading a book isn't going to condemn you to hell. Any god worth his salt and your faith and adoration shouldn't be threatened by one little intellectual excursion. I'm not going to proselytize to you. I respect your religious choices. I only want the same courtesy extended to my religion. I realize there is sparse factual knowledge in general society concerning what a real Satanist is, unless you actually seek out the plentiful websites, books, interviews, and podcasts, which many people feel no need to do. We are partly to blame for this. We are, by nature, very private people. And agreeing with the founders of America, feel one's religion should be best kept private, not paraded about in the public square. Religious differences tend to divide irrevocably, rather than drawing neighbors together. And humans often look for more ways to disagree than to agree. A certain reticence is understandable, given the hysteria of the 1980s. Even in our post-Enlightenment, rational, industrialized world, certain prejudices are still deeply ingrained regarding the devil, with superstition still firmly woven into the fabric of Christianity, which remains the dominant religion worldwide. Some of us who are parents still have concerns about child protective issues that might come up for us should we be more public. We get tired of explaining and defending ourselves. Our religion actively discourages proselytizing, since most of us are disdainful of that aspect of other religions, seeing it as invasive and often financially motivated. In most cases, it's not necessary for people to understand us. only to work with us or meet at infrequent family gatherings. There is no reward for martyrdom in Satanism, and actual precepts against whining. Rule of the earth number 2. Do not tell your troubles to others unless you are sure they want to hear them. Playing the victim card is overused in our society, and Satanists generally are too prideful to wish to be perceived as victims of any sort. We keep silent about our affiliations out of practical necessity, and don't let people know how much prejudice we feel from self-righteous Christians and others, even when it materially hurts us. Silence only breeds further misunderstanding. Books, websites, podcasts, and videos abound. But how do you sort the authentic from the dross? If all you know of Satanism is that we worship evil, then you're ill-prepared when confronted with an actual Satanist on your block. You have concerns about our ethics and activities, and understandable questions alike. Is it safe to leave my children with a Satanist? Will they try to indoctrinate my children at the sleepover next weekend? Do they really sleep in coffins? Are they responsible adults who want to participate in our community? Chances are, you have at least one Satanist in your daily life. Your child's teacher, a clerk at the grocery store, your best friend's husband, your co-worker, your favorite veterinarian or board of supervisors member. Echoing the evangelical literature from the 1980s, we really are everywhere now. And there is every indication that, as more people understand Satanism, many more people will be attracted to it. Yet, most of the time when someone has a positive interaction with a true Satanist, she won't even know it. We cultivate invisibility, not in order to cloak our international criminal activities, but because of the negative reactions we get when we are enthusiastic about our chosen religion. How can the general public be blamed for having a negative impression of Satanists if the only ones who can afford to be public about their affiliation are the predictable, head-banging, black-clad Slayer fans? No offense, guys. Hey. Consequently, most people don't know what Satanists are like. This book aims to change that. Not only will you meet some representatives of the diabolical persuasion, you will see some historical context for Anton LaVey's philosophy through some biographical background on our founder, as well as an account, past and present, of our defining organization, the Church of Satan. It's time people see who we really are. Satanists have always been part of communities, often in very productive ways. Volunteering at animal shelters, vegan information booths, supporting LGBTQ plus issues in women's shelters, serving in the military, law enforcement, and as emergency responders. Employed as teachers, hospice caregivers, and parents. We do these things not because it gives us heavenly brownie points with the man upstairs, but because we believe strongly in certain issues. We enjoy the protections of a civil society, and we understand that cooperation makes things easier for all of us. Anton LaVey wrote disdainfully about people wearing good guy badges, doing perceived good deeds mostly for the bragging rights of doing it, rather than any authentic conviction. So, again, Satanists are often quiet about any donations of time and money. I certainly don't want to give the impression that Satanists are nice people. We are still evil at our very core. By evil, I mean, it is our mandate to challenge the righteous, question all enthroned lies, probe the darkest corners of human and scientific heresies, and generally make most people uncomfortable. That's what we do. This is what Satan is supposed to do. We bedevil the self-satisfied, the hypocritical, the intellectually lazy, and we demand the wise of all accepted prejudices and sacred cows. As individuals, we can be stubborn, selfish, opinionated, idealistic, condescending, elitist, egotistical, argumentative, sexually perverse, impatient, and eccentric. We also tend to have too much fun. It is appropriate for this book to emerge at this time. Many of us are old enough to have lived as Satanists for decades, showing it isn't simply an avenue to piss off your parents. My diabolical brethren and I interact in a world that is, at best, disdainful or dismissive. At worst, openly hostile to the set of principles that guide our very existence. We've applied Satanism throughout our lives in ever-shifting contexts, to our great benefit, not just as a tool of rebellion, but a philosophy for living a rich, life-affirming existence. As one of our members wrote, it's the only philosophy he's come across that advocates be your own boss, tempered with responsibility to the irresponsible. We're test subjects for a new religion, lab rats for Satan. Our sustained philosophy comes from the integrity of the man who started it. He set down roots that run deep into bedrock, anchoring us in practical wisdom and sinister inspiration. LaVey was distinctly different from any forebears in that he was an articulate black magician. He was not interested in gobbledygook. All occultists up to this point haven't made sense. Fictional characters were articulate. Maybe that's why LaVey drew so much of what he created as Satanism from fictional sources, because they could define and defend Satan's position best. But no occultists or magicians really have. Maybe they believed in keeping secrets through obfuscating language, making endurance and deep contemplation part of the tasks of the initiate. Most likely they really didn't have anything to sell, and probably didn't believe in magic themselves. So they cloaked it in as many layers of nonsense as they could, so their patrons, i.e. paying students, wouldn't know the difference. Would figure they were just not advanced enough yet to truly make anything happen, or even understand what their master was saying. From all LaVey and other occult researchers have been able to discern, most magical systems were avenues for exploitation of the gullible, ploys for money and sex from their initiates, or a path for ineffectual men and a few women to wield power over their tiny group of chosen ones. Or, to be kind, maybe like the ancient alchemists, if they had any true secrets, or what they thought were true secrets, they shrouded them in layers of obfuscation, in order to shield profundity from the great unwashed, a la the Hypnerotomachia or Voynich manuscript. In contrast, LaVey actually had formulated a philosophy blending magic and reason. He had the wit and writing abilities to communicate his thoughts and theories in a bold, refreshing way. Whether you are attracted to Satanism or not, LaVey's entertaining to read. In perusing some original Church of Satan archive materials from our very first years, it's exciting to read such vitality, dedication, and hard work. There is a synergy of inspiration taking place among the members of the original Magic Circle. Anton talked about sitting down and writing the 9 satanic statements one evening in the front ritual chamber, listening to Rex Kincaid playing Chopin or Beethoven on the grand piano. They had been talking, and the foundational precepts just came flowing from his pen. Satanism has never been a philosophy that evolved over the course of the last 50 years, which is somewhat unusual. It came to LaVey and the others who were working with the ideas within the Magic Circle pretty much as it stands now. He saw Satanism and the Church of Satan as a way to wake people from their torpor, offering both the carrot, indulgence, life, rituals, power, etc., as well as the stick, fear, disdain, misanthropy. As Marilyn Manson wrote in his foreword to LaVey's essay collection, Satan Speaks, despite LaVey's cynicism and apocalyptic view of society, he often hoped for a better world, or at least one in which intelligence and creativity were applauded. I find more respect for humanity in his blackest humor than in the passionless zealotry that perpetuates all other conventional religions. There was remarkable cohesion of vision from the very beginning. Anton established our general principles and practices early on, and the rest has been manifestation, application, and refinement through the years. There have been no major points of grand revision. The philosophy is easily understood by anyone with an open mind. There's some organizational sausage making related in these pages that no one should ever see. Early directives and instructions regarding those years of growth and how the church handled it. I include some of these documents to show the character of the early Church of Satan, as embodied in Anton LaVey. It was a lot of hard work and fancy dancing. He wasn't in it for kicks or laughs. He had a vision of a lasting religion from the very beginning. He could have walked away from it once the point was made, after the few years of fun and social outrage were over. He didn't. In the Satanic Bible, LaVey addressed the question, why call it Satanism? You'd have more followers if you called it something less inflammatory. The truth was, he didn't want more followers. He wanted a handful of cohorts who shared his vision. He felt that was the most effective way to change the world, not by influencing great masses of people, but by affecting the right people. As you'll see in the following pages, LaVey had an opportunity to walk away from what he started. He had spent a lot of time in Hollywood in the mid-1970s, had made many valuable contacts, and at that point he could have turned the workings of the church over to other people and gone on to screenwriting, acting, or directing. Such offers were made to him. There were any number of people in LaVey's shadow who would have been delighted to take the reins, transforming the Church of Satan into an esoteric Satan fan club with different colored Baphomets reflecting ranks and complex tests to pass. Or he could have lived up to the snide suggestions of some, going in the direction of cynical exploitation. Commercially staged performances of satanic rites, exploiting his fame with product endorsements, even making the organization into a franchised one, or any other means of selling out for increased publicity and income. But he didn't do any of those things. He kept his hand firmly on the tiller until his death, kept shaping the church as it evolved, guiding new people as they came in, as the ideas expanded and shaped the wider world. LaVey envisioned the long-term effect he wanted to have, not just his immediate ego or monetary gratification. There was enough monetary and ego satisfaction, certainly, but he never drove and exploited the church's name and imagery as he could have. He never mercilessly marketed it as many milk original ideas, now for more short-term gains. Many poetic, creative philosophers and writers have contributed to that multifaceted adversarial archetype, Satan. LaVey, much like Milton's Satan, loved man. His potential, his drive, his intensity, creativity, poetic mind, love, passion, unwavering humor, determination, and imagination. Yet, Lucifer is abysmally dismayed as man's short-sightedness, apathy, cruelty, potential for self-delusion and blindness. LaVey was a remarkable man, gifted with two magical abilities that remain throughout Satanism: music and humor. The philosophy he founded is intertwined with strains of both of these elements running throughout. LaVey reveled in the human trait that allows us to find the sardonic comedy in the worst of situations. That's a gift humans have that often gets us through the toughest times, as does the strength provided by art, poetry, and music. LaVey, because of his unique experiences and background, wove together his vision of satanic perspective as only he could have. With his blending of psychiatry and magic, Anton also made clear two things Satanism is not, as he stated very clearly on in Newsletter 7 from August 1969. 1. LaVey never intended to destroy religion. The abolition of religion is not the answer, as religion acts as a theatrical, fraternal, and social function. It also supplies a guide for living, a bond of dedication to certain principles, and a vehicle for total emotionalism. There is, however, no law that states that a religion must be based upon fantastic lies and ridiculous fairy tales. What is wrong with a religion that is based on reality? Is it possible that man cannot stand to see things the way they really are? Or is it a case of him being discouraged from seeing for so long because it was profitable for those who did the discouraging? Portions of this newsletter are included in Appendix 3. What, after all, is the purpose of a religion? It can be thought of as a group art project, pulling together the instructive and inspiring stories that reflect a given time and geography. It is the sum of all our hopes and nightmares, a metaphorical language that a group of people agree to respect and be guided by. Religion fulfills certain purposes. A. It communicates values and standards to a group of people through metaphorical stories and role models. B. It provides a sense of belonging, continuance, and community through common rituals and ceremonies. And C. It provides ineffable sustenance by allowing us an archetypal language with which to conjure forth greater strength and power from within ourselves. Dr. LaVey intended his new religion to qualify on all levels, as a way to guide and bind people together through common images and ethics. He also made clear, again from Newsletter 7, 1969, that, 2. Satanism should not be dismissed as mere hedonism. Hedonism is nothing more than doing whatever you please with no concern for others or the consequences which may ensue. So we might be termed controlled hedonists, indulgent, but not foolhardy. By the end of this book, I hope you will have a more comprehensive idea of what kind of person chooses to be called a Satanist. To keep you from getting the idea that I've applied Satanism in my life in some abstract or selective way, and that most people exploring the left-hand path would be led not into intellectual and artistic freedom, but to a purgatory of sin, lies, dissipation, lassitude, and lawlessness. I sent out lengthy surveys to a wide range of Church of Satan members. My goal was to assess how the philosophy is influencing typical Satanists, how it's working in the long haul. Through these quotes from and profiles of prominent, active Church of Satan members, I intend to give real Satanists a forum to express how they have used Satanism as a positive force in their lives. Without the Church of Satan, we would be isolated. Many of us would be doing much of what we do on our own, but together we strengthen and inspire each other to constantly improve and refine as we're challenged to do more with our lives and energies. The church has never stagnated. We've never had time to stagnate. Nor are we so invested in our Luciferian heritage that we rest on our laurels. There is so much going on with all of us. We're not just a bunch of altar cockers sitting around at the end of the bar, banging on about the good old days. There are those who have tried to fashion themselves as Satanists, gaining public attention but falling far short of any true wisdom. In this book, I'll only be covering actual Satanism, as formulated and practiced by the Church of Satan. A quick cruise of the internet will show that, as with any large organization, we have had from our beginning a rotating array of coattail riders and imitators. As LaVey used to say, check the copyright date. We were the first, and any satanic or pseudo-satanic groups are derivative, watered-down versions. Don't waste your time. They usually don't have a clue about real Satanism, just want to cash in on our symbology or whatever aspect of our ideas suit them. I don't pay much attention to their names, as there is an endless parade of them, and by the time this book hits the shelves, the players will likely have changed. But the rip-off game remains fairly constant. I've gathered and expanded the material on the challenges of the Satanic Panic, specifically as we experienced it on the front lines of the battles. If Satanism hadn't had a solid foundation, the Fuhrer would have destroyed it. Satanists were being attacked and accused of all manner of vile things. Truly, as Nietzsche said, it made us stronger. It wasn't just the Church of Satan holding things together. We aren't dictators and don't have a stranglehold on our individual members. It was the strength of the philosophy itself that kept Satanism from being confused, diluted, or destroyed during that time. There were enough real Satanists around to counter what was being said, and enough literature and interviews in print for law enforcement officials and worthy counselors and psychiatrists to know what Satanism really is. So it did not disintegrate into the maelstrom. So the Church of Satan endures. As I wrote in 2013, our job as the Church of Satan is, 1, to continue to clarify Anton LaVey's philosophy, making sure it doesn't become diluted or altered with the passage of time and the inevitable progress of technology. 2, to continue to test and apply satanic principles of greater and lesser magic in order to further manifest the Dark Lord's will upon this earth and discover what innovations will be conjured forth. And 3, to make certain Satanism is understood enough by the general populace so Satanists are not harassed, incarcerated, or eradicated simply for being innovative, if perhaps eccentric, free thinkers and heretics. LaVey showed remarkable foresight in much of what he integrated into the Church of Satan. We have certainly always strongly advocated for the separation of church and state, though the recent protection legislation, such as the Religious Freedom Restoration Act in Indiana in 2015, the 20th state to enact such a law, is hardly what the founders had in mind. USA Today has claimed these new decisions create broad license to discriminate against gays and religious minorities. Of course, gay rights and religious rights are usually in conflict. With Satanism, problem solved. Rights/equality for gay men and lesbians, women and animal rights, as well as free sexual exploration and indulgence has never had to be an add-on or afterthought with our philosophy. These concepts and practices are woven into the very fabric of our precepts and history, from our inception. Many of our early adherents were gay, transvestite, transgendered, and others who were tired of being regarded as deviants in their own church and wider society. Homosexuality was still designated a psychiatric diagnosis when the Church of Satan began, which didn't change until 1974. We don't have to reach for a superficial nod of tolerance. These are concepts of self-celebration, defiance, and strength, which are evident in our foundational writings. LaVey was also significantly ahead of his time in not encouraging followers to gather regularly in a church building. As much as some of us dream of huge tabernacles with Baphomets thrusting into the sky, that is truly an ancient, outdated model. With the advent of the internet, brick and mortar places are an unnecessary overhead, especially when you're marketing ideas, not products. Any group is more dangerous, mobile, and decentralized with altars hidden in our closets, or briefcases, or on our VR-enabled smartphones. We were not directed by any fiction of a personified Satan to build grand edifices to his glory, nor to clothe the poor, nor feed the hungry multitudes, nor steal souls for our dark Lord. We are encouraged by our principles to live happy lives and achieve all we can. Our legacy is not in our buildings or in our baptism rolls. It is in the many people who are benefiting from applying Satanism in their lives. We need Satanism right now. Look at the disasters of religious fundamentalism and political intolerance taking place currently on a global scale. People get so twisted into their political and religious ideologies that they lose sight of simple humanity and justice. One's ideology should be a framework to reinforce your strength, purpose, to bring out joy of life, satisfaction and celebration of yourself, of our glorious planet, and of those you love. It should not be a lazy way to prop yourself up and avoid thinking, reflection, and independent evaluation. Nor should it create a box in which to isolate yourself. A safe haven under stress, or when you need to temporarily retreat to heal, yes, but never to build a solid, impenetrable wall of us versus them. That is scapegoating, constructing the evil others, which you have permission to treat cruelly, since they are by definition unholy, unworthy of society's protection. That is one essential reason we pridefully take the name Satanist, as a reminder of how language can be manipulated to create enemies. Satanists are not threatened by other religions because we have no divine revelations to defend. We don't claim to have the only truth. Humans are storytelling animals that are inspired by different heroes, music, cuisine, and art. These are the fabrics we weave together to express our diverse cultures. And following nature's wisdom, we know that diversity is strength. Satanists aren't going away. For better or worse, the philosophy Anton LaVey put together resonates and works positively for a growing number of people. So it's best the larger society gets used to finding Satanists among you from time to time. I don't want you to become a Satanist unless you are authentically drawn to us. And I don't care about your immortal soul. This book is an effort to inform people who we are and what we practice. So when you do discover one of us, ignorance and fear can quickly be replaced by tolerance, fascination, enthusiasm. Read on and decide for yourself. Chapter 1. Let the games begin. In nomine Dei nostri Satanas Luciferi excelsi. In the name of Satan, ruler of the earth, king of the world, I command the forces of darkness to bestow their infernal power upon me. Open wide the gates of hell, and come forth from the abyss to greet me as your brother and friend. Grant me the indulgences of which I speak. I have taken thy name as a part of myself. I live as the beasts of the field, rejoicing in the fleshly life. I favor the just and curse the rotten. By all the gods of the pit, I command that these things of which I speak shall come to pass. Come forth and answer to your names by manifesting my desires. From Cardone the Magician. I was 13 years old when I read the Satanic Bible, and it had a deep impact on my life, because it made me realize what my true self was all about, and what I needed to do to get what I wanted out of life. I don't think Satanism offers anything other than allowing me to be my true self. The fact that it is codified in the Satanic Bible lets others see what it is, and maybe discover that they are also a born Satanist. This philosophy isn't for everyone. It never will be. From Warlock Smoky DeVille. I was a strapping lad of 14 and discontented with my Catholic upbringing. I recalled seeing 10 seconds of television addressing the Satanic Bible. As this was pre-internet era, to satisfy my curiosity as to what Satanism was truly about, at my first opportunity I purchased my copy, and the copy I possess to this day of the Satanic Bible. I read it in one sitting, and upon finishing the book, I felt as if I had read a book penned specific to the way I think. I remember thinking to myself something along the lines of, "What do you know? I'm a Satanist." I found the acceptance that the universe is indifferent to us, and the subsequent exaltation of the self as one's own God to be most valuable. Accepting ultimate responsibility for my own successes and examining my failures has been most empowering. A quote from the Seattle, Washington area. "Oh, hear the names. Chort." The tall man acting as priest for tonight's ritual takes the silver chalice offered him by his deacon and holds it aloft. "Chort. Chort!" shout the 4 other congregants in response. We drink deeply from the chalice, the elixir of ecstasy, as we likewise partake of the earthly pleasures our dark Lord shall bestow upon us. While strains of Mussorgsky's Night on Bald Mountain play almost inaudibly in the background, the priest takes the chalice to each member. As he circles through the small gathering, candles set about the velvet-draped room dip eerily a response to a sudden chill breeze. From Priestess M.M. I found the part about being kind to those who deserve it, and not to waste kindness on ingrates, to be very valuable to me, because that is how I was living my life already. I knew it made perfect sense. What I feel Satanism offers that is different from most religions is the fact that Satanists do not worship any deity, which is something I always found dumb that a lot of other religions do. Also, most Satanists, especially the ones I have encountered, are very strong-willed, creative, independent individuals who strive to be the very best they can be and put a ton of effort into all their endeavors. I like to include myself as one of these described individuals. From Magistra Ruth Waits. Satanism lacks worship. I'm no good at that. Also, Satanism is all meat, no filler. By starting from the position of we're not for everyone, we don't have to waste a lot of time on inclusion. You agree with us, or you don't. If yes, that's great. If no, that's great too. We have a kind of shorthand, which I appreciate. From Reverend Jimmy Psycho. This probably goes back to my punk rock roots, but I never wanted to apply a label to myself back in my younger days. I never thought of myself as a joiner, so I never really referred to myself to any group or cause, even though I might heavily identify with what they represented. I was determined to maintain my individuality. Ironically, it wasn't until I joined the U.S. Army that I realized where I was and what I truly identified with. I had to be in a sea of uniformity before realizing that I was a Satanist at heart. To me, it's the power of the individual. We are our own gods. From Devil May Care, the most valuable thing about the philosophy to me was that it promoted the selfish pursuit of personal power and pleasure, tempered with responsibility to the responsible. Realism without guilt. Satanism doesn't chastise people for feeling anger or lust for another person, something that's completely natural, as do most other religions. It also doesn't deny magic or the need for dogma like atheism does. And frankly, it's fun. To me, ritual is a set of tools, and I use different tools for different purposes. Group ritual is usually a tool to strengthen social bonds and to help stir each other to focused action. I've done group rituals about once or twice a year for well over a decade. Private ritual is done to create change in the world, magic, and something I reserve for when I'm feeling heightened states of frustration or sadness. Not very often these days. Sometimes I will do a full-blown ritual from the Satanic Bible. But I've also been known to do nothing more complicated than lighting a black candle and making a wish whenever I'm moved to tears. And I found this to be extremely effective. A quote from Boston, Massachusetts. "Abaddon," whispers the girl under her breath, looking up at the gold-painted cross as she crosses the threshold of the church. She touches her Baphomet necklace hidden under her blouse as she follows her parents and brother down the center aisle. Her parents like to sit near the front so they can be close to the minister, an old friend of the family. The girl smiles, nodding slightly to acknowledge the minister's wave as he arranges his papers on the podium in front of him. He slides onto a bench beside her brother, keeping close to the end. She jokes about school activities with other kids before they all settle in their seats. "Let us all bow our heads in prayer," suggests the minister. "Dearest Jesus," the girl bows her head reverently. "O infernal majesty," she whispers softly. "Condemn him to the pit, evermore to suffer in perpetual anguish. Bring thy wrath upon him, O Prince of Darkness, and rend him that he may know the extent of thy anger. Call forth thy messengers to proclaim this deed, and send the Christian minions staggering to their doom. Smite him anew, O Lord of Light, that his angels, cherubim and seraphim, may cower and tremble with fear, prostrating themselves before thee in respect of thy power. Send crashing down the gates of heaven, that the murders of our ancestors may be avenged." As the parishioners file out, the minister stops her father. "You can be very proud of that young lady of yours. She's truly one of God's blessings." From Orlin Pateras. I have found that supernatural, or as is the better term, paranormal, experiences are truly and purely personal events, which mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Supernatural to me is a term which is reserved for instances of fantasy which are beyond and outside the natural. Since anything that exists is technically natural, being within the realm of nature, supernatural is a form of fiction. Paranormal, on the other hand, or supernormal in some cases, are more appropriate terms, I think, for those instances in one's life where it indeed did happen. But no explanation can be found for it having happened. I have entered places, caves or wooded circles, where upon attempting to return, they were no longer there. I have seen things in the dark, shapes or images in the distance, and upon approaching them, seen them fade away or blend to nothing. But I also know that certain scenarios and environments can affect our human minds in any number of ways, and that we are incredibly fragile, fallible creatures that have a penchant for the imaginative and supernatural. As a family man, I rarely have the available time to devote to ritual magic in a theatrical environment. But as so often has been a staple in my life, I perform a sort of meditative ritual in which I have vast reserves of imaginative creations, lairs and grottos, rooms and warrens to retreat to and perform a working all my own. As I've grown older, I have found within myself an ever deeper ability to direct my energy and focus my will around me into a space which exudes the desired effect and follows me as I make my way through the day. When I can, I greatly enjoy what I term traditional ritual magic, with cloak and cowl equipped, candles lit and blade bared, and these instances are incredibly potent. But they are done infrequently these days, and I find that the novelty it gives it a particular power. I find it most effective, no matter what medium I use, to do it as I have a need and a want. A working done with little to no will is not a working at all. From Priestess Hydra M. Starr. Satanism doesn't promote the belief in bullshit. That's pretty different. And the ones like humanism and atheism that are low on bullshit don't offer much else. Atheism is all about what the person doesn't believe in. It says nothing really about what they do believe or place value on. Humanism is much the same. It has no ritual or flair. Life needs flair. I was a high school senior the year Marilyn Manson released his Antichrist Superstar album. Nearly every adult/authority figure in my life was concerned about me and my friends being exposed to Satanism. This naturally meant that I took my atheist black lipstick wearing self to the nearest bookstore to purchase a copy of the Satanic Bible. From Countess, yes, she prefers 3 S's, Moravant. The most valuable aspect of the COS philosophy I found were the celebration of the individual, free thought, the importance of respect, and an embrace of a more instinctual state of mind. Satanism offers redemption from a world steeped in the comforts of the crutches I consider to be the function of outdated, traditional, organized religion. It offers an opportunity to break free from the antiquated chains of self-imposed oppression, fear, and a reliance on anyone else for one's own decisions. Atheists are passive members of a growing movement that recognizes that as useless and outdated. I am a proud Satanist, actively pursuing a stance that directly flies in the face of that tradition. And I actively choose to stand out as a successful example of someone who questions everything and is working towards something even greater. This is the first and most important effort one can do for oneself, to become a critical thinker who in turn affects more positive, profound, and productive changes in the natural evolution of an intelligent and curious species. I have literally dined with kings, queens, and generals, utilizing the tenets of the COS organization to propel my personal influence and success more widely, in greater fashion, and with exponentially stronger strides. Ever forward. Hail, Satan. A quote from somewhere near Mount Lawless. Shaitan, the priest intones, his voice echoing throughout the musty depths of the subterranean cavern. Shaitan, responds the black-clad congregation before him. Bless us, O mighty Prince of Darkness, by fulfilling the requests we have just bespoken. We have worked many years with you, our infernal brother, to manifest our will upon the earth. Still, there is much to be done. Strengthen us and sustain us, Dark Lord, that we may further carry out your unholy plan. All rise and give the sign of the horns. The congregants thrust their left arms forward to return the sign, first and little fingers pointing out. Shamham Farash, shouts the priest. Shamham Farash, is the enthusiastic response. Hail Satan, the priest invokes. A gong is struck near the looming altar, cut into the rough stone walls of the vast chamber. Hail Satan, comes the answer from the diabolical assembly. So, it is done. Anton Szandor LaVey never expected to be the founder of a new religion, but eventually he saw a need for something publicly opposing the stagnation of Christianity. He knew that if he didn't do it, somebody else, probably less qualified, would. LaVey saw there must be a new representative of justice, not as an oppressive, patriarchal, white-bearded god, but a new human advocate. Someone who wasn't removed from us and shrouded in divinity, but who understood the torment of being human, who shared our own passions and foibles, yet was somehow wiser and stronger. LaVey began to realize that most of our progress in science and philosophy had been achieved by those who rebelled against God and the Church, or the dictates of conventional society. We needed a representative for that revolutionary, creative, irresistible spirit within us. Not a holy father, but perhaps a rebellious brother. The single figure who fit the bill was clear to LaVey from an early point in his life. A deity whose rebellious, passionate nature had been described either in awe or fear, or both, from the dark beginnings of time. Satan, by one name or another, haunted mankind, tempting him with sweet delights and enlightening him with blinding secrets intended only for gods. Satan's worshippers addressed him not as our Father, but as a compatriot who concerned himself directly with the affairs of men and women on earth. He was one who could be petitioned for powers of retribution, and who gave undeserved rewards which a divine God would never understand. Instead of creating sins to ensure guilty compliance, Satan encouraged indulgence. He was the single deity who could really understand us. From the early 50s, Anton LaVey explored some of these ideas, eventually gaining a reputation as a powerful black magician and San Francisco character. Others who felt aligned with his philosophy gravitated to him, gathering in his notorious Victorian Black House. LaVey wanted to establish something new. Not strict doctrines awash with attitudes of blind faith and worship, but something to smash all concepts of anything that had come before. Something to break apart the ignorance and hypocrisy fostered by the Christian churches. Something, too, that could free people to apply the black magic he and his magic circle were using. Anton became convinced he was learning methods to harness the dark forces, which cause a change in situations or events in accordance with one's will, which could, using normally accepted methods, be unchangeable, as LaVey defines magic. There were little things at first, when he was running late, parking places fortuitously appearing in front of crowded theaters, rare books or items he had recently been coveting suddenly falling into his hands through strange circumstances, people appearing on the scene Anton had just been thinking of, as if they had been summoned. Could there be such an increase in happy coincidences? Or was there more going on than was readily apparent? When Anton expanded and refined his formulas for magic circle rituals and began achieving precise results, professional advances, unexpected rewards, monetary gain, sexual or romantic satisfaction, the elimination of certain enemies, it was apparent to everyone involved that Anton had indeed tapped into that mysterious force of nature. There was the magic, and there was a workable philosophy to go along with it. A down-to-earth, rational philosophy that emphasized the carnal, lustful, natural instincts of man, without imposing guilt for manufactured sins. To break apart the crust of stupidity and irrationality fostered over the past 2,000 years, LaVey knew it was necessary to blast its very foundations. His ideas could not be presented as just a philosophy. That would be too easy to pass off or overlook. LaVey would blasphemously form a religion, and, even more, he could call his new organization a church, consecrated not in the name of God, but in the name of Satan. There had always been a satanic underground, centuries old, but there had never been an organized satanic religion practiced openly. LaVey decided it was high time there was. While there had never been a specifically named Church of Satan before, many groups throughout history have dedicated themselves to similar purposes. In the mid-18th century, Sir Francis Dashwood formed a group known as the Hellfire Club. Several of the most influential men in England, at the height of England's power, gathered together for satanic feasting, reveling in debauchery, at the same time shaping the destiny of England and the American colonies. Many historians have minimized the group, saying they were little more than fops and dandies, even though the then Prince of Wales, the Prime Minister, and the Archbishop of Canterbury were included in their number. Benjamin Franklin's association with Dashwood and other members of the group helped lay the foundations for the emerging nation of the United States. LaVey long maintained that, if people knew the role of the Hellfire Club played in Benjamin Franklin's structuring of America, or the secret beliefs of other early patriots, it would suggest changes like One Nation Under Satan, or United Satanic America. Other enclaves of Satanism, fictional or actual, include 1. Rabelais's utopian abbey of Thelema, as described in Gargantua and Pantagruel. Less an abbey than a palace of perpetual indulgence. Two Englishmen fueled the reality of the fictional abbey in Besant and Rice's 1878 novel, The Monks of Thelema, in which the hero, Alan Dunlop, tries to establish a 19th century abbey of Thelema in England. Aleister Crowley, no doubt, later became obsessed with the idea and tried to fulfill Dunlop's role, receiving a revelation concerning the law of Thelema in 1904, finally establishing his own abbey near Cefalù, Sicily, in 1920, even adopting the motto Rabelais invented for his monks: "Do what thou wilt. Faites ce que voudras." A motto Sir Francis Dashwood had already adopted for his abbey at Menmingham. 2. A group of Hollywood actors and writers in the 1930s, including John Barrymore, W.C. Fields, Ben Hecht, and Gene Fowler, who took on the names of dark deities and forthrightly paid homage to satanic forces. 3. The notorious Black Order between wars in Germany. And 4. The Fortean Society, a group of skeptics gathered around Charles Fort, master compiler and investigator of strange phenomena. In the 1930s and 40s, several members of which later became part of LaVey's Magic Circle. Anton knew the date upon which the first Church of Satan must be established. It would have to be during the traditional night of the most important demonic celebration of the year, when witches and devils roam the earth, orgiastically glorifying the fruition of the spring equinox, Walpurgisnacht, the night of April 30th to May 1st. Long before LaVey settled on the appropriate date for inaugurating this new age of fire, he celebrated Walpurgisnacht as one of 4 major soirees he held throughout the year, the other 3 being Halloween, Midsummer's Eve, and New Year's Eve. It has always been a significant day for LaVey, since several satanic coincidences have occurred on Walpurgisnacht: the anniversary of the Battle of Cameroon, the French Foreign Legion's highest holiday, the formal birth date of commercial television, broadcast at the New York World's Fair in 1939, Adolf Hitler's underground bunker suicide in 1945, and eventually the death of LaVey's lion, Togare, in 1981. LaVey shaved his head as part of a formalized founding ritual. In the tradition of medieval executioners, carnival strongmen, and black magicians before him, to gain personal power and enhance the forces surrounding his newly established satanic order. It was an enactment and an allusion to the end of Samuel Taylor Coleridge's Kubla Khan, an incantation rejecting the Holy Trinity and the spiritual life in favor of one devoted to hell and material pursuits. Shaving the head is also traditional to the Yazidi devil worshippers, as a rite of passage the emerging adept must perform. A racer is washed in the waters of Zamzam, the subterranean well of Islam, said to be the point of origin for underground streams flowing under the 7 towers of Satan. The caverns beneath the towers are supposedly tributaries leading to the place of the satanic masters, known as Shambhala or Carcosa. The racer is employed to shave the magician's head. Thus, shorn of his locks, he leaves the world of the descendants of Adam behind him. To make the ritual complete, LaVey declared 1966 year 1, Anno Satanas, the first year of the reign of Satan. The Council of Nine, following the dictates of the Nine Unknown, was established throughout the world. Many significant writers have obliquely referred to this mysterious cabal: Shakespeare, John Dryden, Talbot Mundy, Richard Johnson, an archetypal formation which is reflected in the 9 members appointed to sit in positions of absolute authority on the United States Supreme Court. The new age of fire had been inaugurated, and though the ceremony on Walpurgisnacht, 1966, was a highly personal, private one, LaVey would soon feel the tremors it was to produce. If LaVey can be likened to a modern-day Prometheus, he lived to see the results of bringing the fire of searing rationality to mainstream society. To catch up to the technology we have created, mildewed social, psychological, even parapsychological constraints had to be jettisoned quickly. But what happens when an elitist philosophy is given over into the hands of the many, who would rather take the indulgence and leave responsibility? Satanism smashes all dogmas and provides freedom. But most people don't understand necessary balances of justice, abstracts of truth, right and wrong, the inevitability of consequences. For unstable minds locked into a Christian framework, the satanic attitude can provide limitless license. They need the comfort of dogma, 10 commandments, and clearly defined sins. LaVey's philosophy, as delineated in his 1969 Demonic Manifesto, the Satanic Bible releases all the demons of a self-directed mind and will into an unsuspecting, unprepared world. It is a dangerous book in the wrong hands. It gives people exactly what they want, and more. Chapter 2. Historical Roots. Anton LaVey invented Satanism. While we have ties to wide-reaching traditions and philosophies, there was no organized group that propounded satanic allegiance as a religion before 1966. All reports of satanic practices before then were formed as accusations cast upon 2 extremes of society, either against those of wealth and authority, or against the poor and marginalized. A few isolated magicians through the ages can rightly be called diabolists, and perhaps a few groups did practice devil worship, but this was done within a Christian, often more specifically Catholic, context, simply inverting the rubrics of worship to create a pageant of perversity. This apocryphal Satanism stood as a protest against the chokehold of the Catholic Church, or as a path to power by alignment with what the Church had constructed as its greatest enemy. There were even some who performed presumed satanic horrors for paying audiences, and, in the early 18th century, indulgent, wealthy young men across Europe were immersing themselves in hellfire clubs, which offered blasphemy and diabolical debauchery. There have been innumerable books released tracing the history of the devil and/or the nature of evil, preponderously long and comprehensive. I will direct the reader to these if he is looking for Satan in an ecclesiastical context. I cannot pretend to any level of completeness in one chapter. I must bow to certain constraints, and will try to be concise. The roots of LaVey Satanism could be correctly traced to Epicurus of ancient Greece, which is not surprising, as he also, through the discovery of Lucretius's writings, seeded the Renaissance and therefore the Enlightenment. There is a wealth of magic, as LaVey described it, to be drawn from Hermetic traditions. Satanism owes a certain debt to the alchemists, occultists, necromancers, and heretics through the ages. Satanists have a proud and complex agency of insolence, defiance, and decadence stretching back thousands of years, which is a delight to research. One of our members, Magister Robert Merciless, has created a comprehensive timeline, which I referred to when writing this chapter, and which I hope to one day see expanded into a compelling narrative. For our purposes, however, I will narrow my focus to specifically address what Anton LaVey directed, or spoke of in our endless conversations, in hopes of answering the question, where did Anton LaVey get his ideas? In the interest of brevity, I will not examine the excellent bibliography included in LaVey's Satanic Witch, originally published as The Complete Witch, as there is an ongoing and authoritative labor of love tracing these books and authors, which can be easily accessed online, CompleteWitch.com. LaVey did indeed intend that bibliography to act as a guide to those seeking further satanic wisdom, as well as the authors, comrades, and innovators listed on the original dedicated pages of his Bible and rituals. But a thorough examination of those references would require a book itself, and would spoil the fun of tracking them down yourself. It helps to understand that LaVey was a voracious reader. He was not offended when journalist Walt Harrington called him a junkyard intellectual, a philosopher of the sordid, a savant, an ingratiating and funny man. In 1986. Combined with a remarkable memory and an artistic, reflective mind, LaVey never consciously constrained himself into an evolution of any single specific school of thought, like Romanticism or Existentialism, though both of these would be identified as determining forebears of his ideas, but instinctively interwove cutting-edge science, art, myths, and truths into his own distinct and heady blend. From an early age, LaVey was enchanted by magic and sought references to groups that used dark forces to achieve their selfish ends. He was also a great admirer of men of mystery and power, like Rasputin, Anton Mesmer, Count Cagliostro, Basil Zaharoff, and Machiavelli, who held royalty in the thrall of their hypnotic, disreputable, rakish manipulations. The idea of secret societies utilizing arcane, forbidden wisdom to effect global sinister purpose excited Anton's mind and ambition. He was impressed that, in the case of such revolutions as the American colonies, France, Russia, and even the Nazis, a mere handful of men could irrevocably change the course of history for better and for worse. Isolating 7 categories which I see as the dominant threads of LaVey's philosophy, perhaps we can begin to see the Church of Satan within the broader context it truly occupies. Unfortunately, I can only scratch the surface of most of these topics, and must leave it to the reader to drink more deeply of any that might attract you. If you are expecting the high priest to confine himself to the shadows of history's black magicians and musty rediscovered grimoires to inform his magic, you are in for a refreshing surprise. To begin, modern Satanism must be seen in the context of the Enlightenment, in which thinkers in 18th century Germany, England, and France began to shake loose from the intellectual shackles of religion and the oppressions of conventional society. Followers of the movement shouted, "Sapere aude," have the courage to use one's own reason. From this period, Dr. LaVey made admiring references to Englishman Isaac Newton as a scientist, especially his work with optics, and as an alchemist. I have since read an intriguing quote from John Maynard Keynes, who acquired much of Newton's alchemical writings. Newton was not the first of the Age of Reason. He was the last of the magicians. Newton was called in his time a natural philosopher, as there was little distinction at the time between science and alchemy. Newton's death in 1727 could be said to mark the beginnings of the Enlightenment. In Voltaire, born François-Marie Arouet in 1694, a notorious French Enlightenment writer, Anton saw the beginnings of the de facto Satanists he would credit for tilling the soil in which his church would eventually find purchase. Voltaire was a sensation. Anti-Christian, satirical, persuasive, prolific, and emphatic in his steadfast disdain for insipid, outdated fairy tales, as well as tyranny and persecution in any guise. Historian, playwright, poet, philosopher, he was imprisoned twice in the Bastille, and inspired most of the prominent thinkers of both the American and French revolutions. While on the topic of French revolutionaries whom Anton admired, he particularly praised Donatien Alphonse François, Marquis de Sade, who lived from 1740 to 1814, eventually dying in a mental institution, reviled and betrayed by most of his family. His writings were considered so heinous, so blasphemous and licentious, that they were banned in his own country until 1957. We are all familiar with the sexual deviance taken from the divine Marquis's name, but only recently has de Sade been given due attention as a philosopher of extremes, who lived to scandalize Paris during one of the bloodiest periods in man's existence. He mingled outrageous perversion with cries for sexual freedom, atheism, and political liberty, exposing, as had Voltaire, man's inherently evil and destructive nature. De Sade is rightly placed firmly within a school of anti-establishment and anti-clerical writing, now identified as libertines. Writers defined by outrageous sexuality and savage social manipulations, e.g., les liaisons dangereuses. Some literary historians now recognize a number of these writings as deft commentaries on the decadent aristocracy of immediate pre-revolutionary France. Though the genre was largely confined to 18th century France, many of these writers were strongly influenced by Epicurus, Lucretius, and Petronius, as was Lavey himself. The deists who founded the United States can rightfully be placed within the influence of the Enlightenment, admired by Lavey as revolutionary libertines and free thinkers, especially Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin. In that age, they were as close to atheists as one was allowed to be, and still maintained some authority within society. Standing against the English monarchy was dangerous enough. But they wrote tracts and books that, while acknowledging the existence of God, assigned him no divine interference in man's affairs, and maintained that reason, not false fear of eternal damnation, should direct us to truth and right acts. Jefferson went so far as to rewrite the New Testament, removing any supernaturalism, but leaving what he considered to be valuable wisdom from the man who was known as the young Rabbi Jesus. Dr. Lavey had special regard for Benjamin Franklin as a scientist, author, and member of Sir Francis Dashwood's Medmenham Hellfire Group. On the occasion of previewing Thomas Paine's blasphemous anti-Christian book, The Age of Reason, Franklin strives, in a letter, to convince Paine not to try to open people's eyes about Christianity, as it would cause him serious social and political ostracism, which it did, as well as freeing the barbarians to indulge unchecked, without the artificial constraints of the Church. While there is some controversy concerning if this letter was actually intended for Paine or some other infidel, Franklin's stance toward religion is clear. But think how great a proportion of mankind consists of weak and ignorant men and women, and of inexperienced and inconsiderate youth of both sexes, who have need of the motives of religion to restrain them from vice, to support their virtue, and to retain them in the practice of it till it becomes habitual, which is the great point for its security. I would advise you, therefore, not to attempt unchaining the tiger, but to burn this piece before it is seen by any other person, whereby you will save yourself a great deal of mortification from the enemies it may raise against you, and perhaps a good deal of regret and repentance. If men are so wicked as we now see them with religion, what would they be if without it? One of the more significant influences on LaVey's actual formation of the Church of Satan was the previous mentioned Hellfire Club, created by Sir Francis Dashwood, which dominated the fashionable reprobate set in England from 1751 to about 1777. LaVey probably learned of the Dashwood group through his fellow carney, Daniel Mannix, who had written several books about his time in the carnival, as well as books on the Roman games, freaks, hunting, torture, Aleister Crowley, and the Hellfire Club. Dashwood was far from the first to hold such revels. Their occurrence throughout Europe from around 1715, especially in London, had resulted in George I decreeing by order in council in 1721 that these impious groups should end. They did not. By the time Dashwood came along, there had been an earlier Hellfire Club that met at an old inn called the George and Vulture in downtown London. But their activities were so outrageous, holding black magical rites, including using a nude woman as the altar and other such hell-raising, that it had been abolished by special order of the Lord High Chancellor. Dashwood loved the idea of black magic, blasphemy, and sexual excess in the name of the devil, and intended his group to be called the Friars of St. Francis of Wycombe. But people were so used to calling such groups Hellfire Clubs that the name stuck. By 1752, he had found an ancient abbey in Medmenham, and set about refurbishing it in grand Gothic, Playboy mansion style, complete with obscene ceiling frescoes, stained glass windows, with his 12 apostles, i.e., his fellow blasphemers, and various indecent poses, and an elaborate Italian black marble altar. Over the entrance of the abbey was inscribed, Fais ce que voudras, do what thou wilt, which Sir Francis took from Rabelais in his witty and absurd books, Pantagruel and Gargantua. Though published in 1532 and 1534, these are ridiculously brilliant and bawdy publications. In Pantagruel, Rabelais introduces the Abbey of Thelema, a sort of fantasy idea school/society, fun and sensually pleasing. Their motto is, do as thou wilt. This also served as Dashwood's password for his friars to gain admittance to his own pleasure palace. It is fairly well established that Rabelais was Aleister Crowley's source for the beginnings of what he extensively built upon as the lemma. What attracted LaVey was not only the obvious ceremonies dedicated to Satan, which this group seemed serious about as atheists and anti-Catholics, the blending of the sensual delights, but, most importantly, that this group consisted of some of the most powerful men in England. Sir Francis himself, of course, was a baronet and member of Parliament, appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer by King George III. A partial list of associates and attendees in these revels must suffice for our purposes of overview, though all are Google-worthy. Renowned artist William Hogarth, the Prince of Wales, the Earl of Sandwich, First Lord of the Admiralty, after which the island were named, the Earl of Bute, who became Prime Minister, Paul Whitehead, political satirist, and clergyman Charles Churchill, no relation to Winston, Lord Melcombe, George Selwyn, Thomas Potter, Robert Lloyd, the Earl of Oxford, Sir Henry Vansittart, who became Governor of Bengal, novelist Lawrence Sterne, the Marquis of Granby, John Wilkes, and the Chevalier d'Eon, one of history's most colorful personalities. Dashwood met Benjamin Franklin in 1772, hosted him at his home, and nearly ruined himself in trying to help Franklin gain support for the American colonies. Franklin, for his part, was charmed by Dashwood and his group of worldly, witty leaders, participated in the Hellfire Club revels, and impressed them with his magic as he calmed the waters of the River Styx and the Hellfire Caves. A curious result of Franklin's membership in the Hellfire Club was the publication of the Franklin Prayer Book, which became the basis of the Book of Common Prayer, still used in most American Protestant churches today. Sir Francis and Franklin set out to create a prayer book that would be engaging to young people, would not force old people to sit endlessly in freezing churches, and would eliminate most of the irrational nonsense. References to the Apostles' Creed, divinity of Christ, and the sacraments were eliminated, as well as much of the Te Deum. The book was rejected in England, credited as it was to the Lord Lou Despenser Dashwood, known as a godless reprobate, but was received enthusiastically in America, with all credit going to Benjamin Franklin. To move into the second major source of influence on LaVey's thinking, Romanticism, we would give a fervent nod to the great poet John Milton, who portrayed Satan as the proud, defiant, favored angel who dared to assert himself as God's equal. It can be argued that Milton did too good a job of fashioning his villain and allowing him to steal the stage and the opening chapters of Paradise Lost. Though Milton was a devout Christian and most of his writings reflected the rigors of prayer and holy contemplation, the lines that have come to define the Miltonian antihero are majestic Satan's speech after he and his rebellious angels have been cast into the pit. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Here we may reign secure, and in my choice to reign is worth ambition, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Paradise Lost was originally published in 1665, yet it had an enduring influence on the Romantic poets of the 19th century. One of the first revolutionary Romantic poets, William Blake, claimed that Milton was one of the devil's party without knowing it. Blake also established some devilish precepts of his own in his marriage of heaven and hell. Romanticism is marked by a return to nature and natural instincts. In the face of the Industrial Revolution, to sublime feelings, to stories of the marvelous and supernatural, the striving of an inward and outward quest, and Promethean aspirations. The Romantic poets have become notorious not only for their passionate verse, but for their brief and entangled lives. Percy Bysshe Shelley, who, along with Byron, Coleridge, and Keats, formed the Satanic school, was a proto-Satanist if there ever was one. From youth, he was interested in the supernatural, experimented with explosives and electricity in his dorm rooms at Oxford, wrote staunchly atheistic tracts from his early years, was an avowed vegetarian, and had an intoxicating effect on his lovers. Harold Bloom and Lionel Trilling wrote that Shelley was an erotic idealist who attempts to find ultimate values in his world more perpetually than most of us can bear to try, and who goes on questioning even though he fails to find what he seeks. George London, Lord Byron, had an obsessive fan following while he lived that has barely waned over the intervening years. His charisma and sexual exploits intertwined with his poetry, lending him an air of a man mad, bad, and dangerous to know. As one of his married mistresses, Caroline Lamb, put it, to the point of exile from England. Byron's greatest poems dealt with wicked, tortured figures, death, passionate love, and fabled lands, especially Greece, which he idolized. Born into the era dominated by ruthless military expansion on many sides, including the monster Napoleon Bonaparte, Byron was a complex and driven genius whose very presence was hypnotically compelling. He lived a life that has become mythologized as supremely impious, sexually reprehensible, and egotistical. Besides Byron and Shelley, Anton often quoted magical lines from another mystical romantic poet, Samuel Tyler Coleridge, in his fragmentary poem Kubla Khan, which LaVey credited as one inspiration for the ritual shaving of his head when he formed the Church of Satan. All these firebrands died young and tragically. Shelley at age 29, Byron, age 37, Keats, 25, while Coleridge was older and lived to be 61, contributing to a sense of luminous transcendence surrounding them. One cannot read much of Satanism without seeing the clear ties to existentialism, and LaVey was never shy in giving Friedrich Nietzsche, Jean-Paul Sartre, Franz Kafka, and Fyodor Dostoevsky their due credit in shaping his perceptions of the world. Much of Beyond Good and Evil, which is subtitled Prelude to a Philosophy of the Future, could be seamlessly incorporated into the Satanic Bible. Opening this book anywhere at random brings forth gems of satanic wisdom. Perhaps the day will come when the most solemn concepts, which have caused the most fights and suffering, the concepts of God and sin, will seem no more important to us than a child's toy and a child's pain seem to an old man. And perhaps the old man will then be in need of another toy and another pain. Still child enough, an eternal child. Nietzsche's other books are equally devilish. Much of existentialism is dedicated to freedom, atheism, contemplation of mortality, and a sense of confusion or dread in the face of an absurd, possibly meaningless existence. We have matured philosophically to a point of truly comprehending our ridiculous and tragic position as thinking mortals. It is the responsibility of each individual to provide meaning and authenticity to his or her life, as there is no authority, neither God nor society, which can be trusted to impose any value or worth upon you. You are your own creator, your own God. Enlightenment and deism, the decadent movement and existentialism, can be seen as the shapers not only of Satanism, but can be generally acknowledged as the foundations of our wider modern society. The Western mind is steeped in cynicism, lack of faith in God, in organized religion, government, or the legal system, and a general attitude of finding indulgence and happiness where we may, as powers beyond our control lead us to further ruin. Satanism seems a reasonable extension of the existing zeitgeist. Indeed, it seems almost inevitable. Now we will depart from these conventional philosophies into the realms of the more esoteric influences LaVey brought into his unique alchemy. To trace the general outlines of Satanism before LaVey, the fourth general category of influence, historical Satanism, the boundary between reality and accusation is murky. The church had to have an enemy, and, as with Milton, the villain seems to have upstaged the star from as early as the 1st century. It's hard to tell how many allegations of devil worship were entirely groundless, and how many had at least some nub of truth, as more powerful people chafed under the increasingly absolute power of the Catholic Church, and secretly began to practice a version of Satanism by way of protest. In either case, the first official accusations of devil worship took place in Orleans, France, in 1022. Several people were accused of the heresy of worshiping the devil, meeting in secret to chant the names of demons, perform human sacrifice and cannibalism, and participate in orgies. These charges are so similar to those already hurled against the Jews by the Syrians in ancient times, and by the Nazis eventually, and against the early Christians by the Romans, with their worship of the crucified God and their cannibalistic communion. That it's difficult to sort fact from fiction. Throughout the Middle Ages, the rare cases of Satanism were treated as any other heresy. It is easy to say that, while the Church considered any dalliance with the demonic to be sheer madness, the upper classes of Stuart and Elizabethan England, as well as the court of Louis XIII and his successors, and the Italian Renaissance courts, considered witchcraft and statecraft to be inextricably bound. Indictments of poisonings, enchantments, and necromancy among the rich and royal are numerous, and certainly believed by those involved. The achievements and ordeals of the Knights Templar, 1118 to 1314, have become legendary, enhanced with tantalizing accusations of blasphemy and the worship of the horned figure of Baphomet as the source of their overwhelming power. Anton LaVey had it on good authority the charges were true. He recognized the secret society as a precursor to his own church, publishing their powerful 6th degree ceremony, L'air Épais, and his satanic rituals, and crediting them in describing his choice of the sigil of Baphomet as a representative symbol. Many of the Templar degrees and structure can be traced back to the Persian leader Hassan I-Sabbah, whose devout followers were called assassins by the Christian Crusaders. The assassins were another secret group LaVey admired. What do we know of the Templars is that they were powerful fighters, benefiting from extensive lands and treasure donated from grateful kings and nobles. They were granted extraordinary powers by a succession of popes, angering some resentful bishops who perceived their own power, eroding accordingly. As the Templars became ever wealthier, they began to act as bankers, lending money and issuing checks as needed, eventually holding the purse strings of various nations, including France. Ultimately, the influence of the Templars was so intimidating that the crowned heads of Europe were either thoroughly in debt to them or feared their increasing power. King Philippe le Bel of France conspired with Pope Clement V to arrest large numbers of Templars on Friday the 13th of October 1307 in coordinated raids. Philippe anticipated a bountiful reward awaiting him when he raided the riches of their Paris preceptor. Alas, the Templars had been warned of the attack and had removed their enormous wealth to safety. Some legends claim their treasures filled 18 ships. The last Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was held for some time in the royal chateau of Chinon, enduring torture and humiliation before being transferred to Paris and burned at the stake in 1314. Many of the members confessed under torture to various abominations and debauchery, including trampling, spitting, and urinating on the cross, homosexual acts, defiling the sacraments, blaspheming, and worshipping Baphomet. 36 Templars died under torture. Du Molay himself confessed, and then recanted before his execution. Anton LaVey would have it that the Templars were indeed strongly influenced by the Old Man of the Mountains, and developed authentic ties to the assassins, and, more importantly, became intimates with the well-known devil worshippers of the Middle East, the Yazidi. LaVey probably learned of them from William Seabrook's book Adventures in Arabia, reinforced by their mention in H.P. Lovecraft's story, The Horror at Red Hook, and Gurdjieff's meetings with remarkable men. He apparently did independent research as well, augmented perhaps by at least one visit. There was extensive material on them in his files, and he had artifacts from them on prominent display in the front ritual chamber of the original Black House. LaVey discusses the Yazidi, extensively in his satanic rituals, and the group has been mercilessly persecuted, tortured, raped, enslaved, and slaughtered by Islamic militant groups ISIS and ISIL. The worship of Melektos, the peacock angel, often identified with Satan, is seen by Satanists in a positive light, who regard them as brave pilgrims in a new satanic age, but has caused Yazidi to be targeted by extremists for genocide. In recent years, despite severe attacks against them, they have proven to be powerful frontline warriors, making up about 1/3 of the joint Kurt-Yazidi coalition troops. Whether or not the Templars did indeed bring their own brand of devil worship to the west from Mount Lalish, there are persistent theories insisting that some surviving members of the Knights Templar fled to Scotland with their treasure, maintained their rituals for several generations in the utmost secrecy, and eventually founded the Freemasons' Grand Lodge in 1717. While this theory has been dismissed many times over by A.E. Waite and others, books such as John Robinson's Born in Blood and by Jean Lee and Lincoln's The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail set out enticing connections and possible paths to a continuing legacy. Robinson points out that the blood oaths Masons are constrained to take are a clue to Templar affiliation. Why would stonemasons have such dangerous secrets to keep? Unless these secrets were actually associated with the precise dimensions of Solomon's Temple, which is known to have been originally built by magical creatures summoned through dark invocations, secrets which the Templars are believed to have guarded. It is perhaps truest to say, as John Hamill concludes, that there is a romantic element within Freemasonry of chivalric heroism, which is attracted to the idea of descending directly from Christian knights. Yet there are elements of the rites of some orders of Freemasons which directly refer to traveling the left-hand path through the Devil's Pass, references to the Eastern Star, Lucifer, the inverted pentagram as the symbol of the Order of the Eastern Star, the Masonic Women's Auxiliary, The use of female symbology in snakes representing wisdom, Boaz. Perhaps these obscure satanic correlations betray a direct lineage from the Knights Templar, much more transparently than any other links might reveal. LaVey wrote that satanic ritual is a blend of Gnostic, Kabbalistic, Hermetic, and Masonic elements, incorporating nomenclature and vibratory words of power from virtually every mythos. Throughout his lifetime, LaVey became an avid collector of ancient magical manuscripts from throughout Europe and the Middle East, deciphering secrets purposely hidden there by powerful adepts and alchemists. Anton certainly studied Freemasonry, as well as possessing a great deal of material from the ancient Rosicrucians. There is some intertwining of the two. The Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross was believed to be in possession of the elixir of life and the philosopher's stone, which they had refined or discovered through alchemical or hermetic means. The legends of a cursed wandering immortal connected to Rosicrucian mysteries was reflected in much of the literature LaVey referenced by Percy Bysshe, Saint Irvine or the Rosicrucian, and Mary Shelley, the Immortal Mortal, Charles Maturin, Melmoth and the Wanderer, and Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Zanoni and a Strange Story. Of course, most people know of the Founding Fathers' connections with Freemasonry, as well as the influence from that group on the structure of Washington, D.C., and the symbols of our currency. There are so many tantalizing side passages to explore down these ancient and shadowed halls. From the haunted corners we hear whispers of Shibboleth, Mahabon, Mahomet, and Jabulon, Gnosticism, Cathars and Kabbalists, Kabbalah, and of course the Illuminati, founded in the same year as the United States was founded. Here I must tread lightly, out of respect for confidences which can never be broken, and will leave deeper exploration to the reader. Before we turn entirely from the Stygian realm of secret societies, we should note that Anton LaVey was significantly influenced during a trip he took with his uncle in the spring of 1945, right after the end of hostilities with Germany. His uncle was hired as a civil engineer to reconstruct airstrips and, being recently divorced, had an extra place for a family member that young Tony gladly took. It wasn't a long trip, but was enough to shape his impressionable 15-year-old young mind. He saw the freshly bombed city of Berlin in ruins, its people shocked and grieving. And at the command post, he watched films the Americans confiscated from the Nazi motion picture production offices. The ones he liked best were the shower film, like The Testament of Dr. Mabuse and Metropolis. One film he saw told the story of a privileged young man, the heir to a fortune from his munitions-making family, who entertained his friends with black masses. In this movie, the wicked acolytes chanted somberly, in a chamber decorated with a revolving mirrored pentagon and a trapezoid suspended from the ceiling. Eerie electronic organ music played, and the room buzzed with lightning and throughout the Black Chapel, as from a Van de Graaff generator or Jacob's Ladder. The German interpreter explained to the army brass viewing the film that this was not fiction, that it depicted an actual ceremony of the Black Order, a secret society of Satan worshippers. LaVey was intrigued, to say the least, and did his best to seek out surviving members of the sinister group, eventually including a ceremony credited to them in his satanic rituals, the law of the trapezoid, the Elektrische Vorspiel. Anton was impressed not only with the content of these films, but also the unholy angles, shadows, and fearsome images that Fritz Lang and other expressionist filmmakers pioneered and brought to America in the form of film noir. These motion pictures greatly influenced LaVey as an artist, and as a photographer. LaVey drew on these films for his theories of angles, madness, and hauntings, as well as the moral ambiguity of the noir antihero, pressures of psychological conflict and paranoia, and the persistence of black, inevitable fate over faith. These were the films of Anton's young adulthood, and his preference for 1940s style of dress and attitudes mingled with his magic, enduring until his death. To return to our examination of historical Satanists, before we were sidetracked by the Templars, LaVey revealed in the Satanic Bible the unadulterated translations of the Enochian keys, which were received from non-corporeal entities, termed angels, through a trapezohedron by a multifaceted Renaissance man, mathematician, astrologer, physician, inventor, and spy, John D. and seer Edward Kelly, unemployed alchemist's assistant and convicted forger, in 1582 to 1584. Though the Enochian keys or calls have been thoroughly whitewashed by New Age metaphysicians in recent years, they have always been associated with powerful, uncontrollably malevolent forces. That's why they were included in Anton's blasphemous book. When LaVey published the Enochian translations in 1969, many occultists shuddered at the dire consequences of unleashing such incantations on an unsuspecting public. Enochian is a language believed to be older than Sanskrit, and has sounds resembling sometimes Arabic, sometimes Latin, or Hebrew. It is very satisfying and effective in satanic rituals, and it is part of most contemporary diabolical rites. While court intrigue continued to evolve, dabbling with the dark arts, things heated up for the common folk during the Renaissance with the publication of the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, in 1486. Though couched in the language of the time, this book is not so far from the accusations we are familiar with from the years of the Satanic Panic, painting women as peculiarly susceptible to the whispered temptations of the evil one, because of their more intense sexuality and tendency toward wile and duplicity. It reveals a world where witches and demons are harbored in every neighbor's household, immediately threatening an ever-present danger. Pre-echoes of the atrocities averred by counselors and law enforcement seminars throughout the 1980s. Much of the value has been written on the bloody 2.5 centuries of torture, bloodshed, and murder that resulted from the papal encouragement to wipe out the scourge of witchcraft, and the political, economic, and social drivers behind it. These women and a few men were killed for having frequent social and sexual congress with devilish spirits and Satan himself. But it took the Chambre Ardente affair in 1677 to 1682 to again turn the popular mind to Satanism with a capital S, as it involved the political maneuverings of the high level of French aristocracy. A woman named Lavoisin, Catherine Duchesse Montvoisin, and a priest, Etienne Guibourg, were accused of supplying a royal mistress, Athanase du Montespan, with aphrodisiacs to keep the king bewitched, as well as performing black masses with her and providing poisons as needed. 442 of the most respected personages in King Louis XIV's Paris were named as suspects. Some 218 were actually detained and imprisoned, leading to 34 executions. This does not include those who died under torture or by suicide. Many courtiers were exiled or fled before being formally accused. This case, more than any other, established the tropes widely accepted as defining Satanism in contemporary minds. inverted crosses, sacrificed children, desecrated hosts, naked women as altars, defrocked priests, communion chalices filled with urine and semen, and the sexual abuse of young virgins. LaVey credits Lavoisier and her performances in his introduction to Le Messe Noire. In the Satanic Rituals, the ritual itself taken from a version performed by the Société des Lucifériens in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The devil's framework was set. All who felt constrained by the Catholic Church could fantasize about these thrillingly blasphemous, fire-lit scenes, and holy fathers could fear their waning supremacy. In the 19th century, people became enchanted with spiritualism, mesmerism, arcane ritual magic, Eastern mysticism, and Orientalism. Victorians were enchanted with all things Middle Eastern, exotic, occult, and mysterious, including Fitzgerald's translation of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam in 1859, which was decidedly irreligious and sexy. The Rubaiyat most certainly influenced a couple of generations of free thinkers who agreed, along with LaVey, that I myself am heaven and hell, emphasizing that the best approach to life is to indulge while we can. The Theosophists, the Ordo Templi Orientis, and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn emerged, the latter attracting a number of famous literary figures, including Bram Stoker, William Butler Yeats, Sax Rohmer, who wrote The Fu Manchu and various Middle East tales, Algernon Blackwood, Arthur Machen, and Sir Edward Bulwer-Lytton, as well as Aleister Crowley. Magic, to a young LaVey, would have held the whiff of exotic incense and the secrets of the pharaohs. Though Crowley did his best to outrage decent society, his magical system, largely Golden Dawn, but formed by Crowley as Argentum Astrum, or Order of the Silver Star in 1907, was firmly grounded in Judeo-Christianity, making contact with one's personal guardian angel, though through a confusing and involved maze of magical minutiae and Christian symbols. Crowley's reputation as the Great Beast caused LaVey to make a thorough study of his magical system, as well as the Golden Dawn and the OTO, and found them to be sadly lacking in emotional depth or intellectual clarity. Despite all claims of the Master Therion's blasphemy and insight, LaVey found him a fairly reprehensible human being, torturing animals and destroying women at the altar of his own unmerited vanity. Anton was disturbed by how blithely Crowley's followers dismissed his many major flaws, their appetites obfuscating occultism, overriding basic expectations of humanity. He was particularly repulsed by Crowley's claims of animal sacrifice, bestiality, his mystic dependence on revealed wisdom, and his drug addiction. LaVey found much more value in a magical acquaintance of Crowley's, the occultist and artist Austin Osman Spare. He found Spare's visual explorations of talismanic magic, the subconscious, automatic writing, and universal forces, as well as his disdain for would-be Golden Dawn type of magicians, to be much more powerful magic than any posturing sons of the desert-style poobahs. Anton especially admired Spare's Book of Pleasure, and also owned Kenneth Grant's books on Spare. He was attracted to Spare's blending of the sexual and the grotesque or fearsome, much along the lines of William Mortensen, and referred to Spare's concept of atavistic resurgence, carrying memories from our animal forebears. Spare's language is often impressionistic and poetic, yet seems to allude to more substantial true magic than other occult theorists. LaVey appreciated him as an artist, an explorer in the esoteric realms, an animal lover, and an unapologetic, egotistical, sexually dynamic man. He found value in Spare's understanding of the power of visuals and talismanic magic and applied it in his teaching. LaVey incorporated from various Luciferian and magical historical figures and groups. But Anton's imagination was fueled by fiction as strongly as by actual events, especially since research into previous magical societies was proving so dismally bereft of the potency he aspired to evoke. So, the fifth category of LaVeyan inspirations can be seen in writers he admired, not just on the different topics of black magic, but attitudes he grew to understand were equally satanic. He has often pointed to Jack London, especially in his depiction of the demonic character of Wolf Larsen in The Sea Wolf and the atavistic Call of the Wild. London was an honorary member of San Francisco's Bohemian Club and cavorted with the likes of Ambrose Bierce, John Muir, and George Sterling. LaVey admired Mark Twain, especially his Letters from the Earth, some of Twain's most unadulterated, blasphemous writings. George Bernard Shaw, Ben Hecht, and Somerset Maugham figured prominently in his references, as did Rudyard Kipling. Anton enjoyed much of Kipling's poetry. His short story, The Man Who Would Be King, his horror stories, and his recitation of the law of the jungle and other animal wisdom that is contained in the second Jungle Book, which is approached in the 2016 Jungle Book movie. This echoes the litany contained in Das Tierdrama, so closely that one might think Kipling had been exposed to that ceremony at some point. He was, after all, remarkably well-traveled. LaVey also found inspiration in the works of noted American curmudgeon H.L. Mencken and in Ambrose Bierce's Devil Dictionary, as well as in Bierce's excellently eerie short stories. George Orwell's Animal Farm and 1984 were also frequently referenced as containing significant satanic wisdom. Being a youngster attracted to the dark side from an early age, LaVey was drawn to stories of the eerie and supernatural. He would have delved into Christopher Marlowe's play, Dr. Faustus, the original Pact with the Devil story, and all of its later musical and literary incarnations, especially Goethe's version. We must remember that Anton LaVey grew up in the era of radio, with many popular shows like The Shadow, The Whistler, The Mysterious Traveler, Inner Sanctum, and Suspense, which featured dark tales much like later television anthologies Twilight Zone, One Step Beyond, Outer Limits, and Night Gallery. LaVey devoured Edgar Allan Poe, Arthur Machen, M.R. James, J.S. Le Fanu, Algernon Blackwood, and Bram Stoker, and was lucky to be born into a world in which the pulp magazine Weird Tales was widely available. In its pages were published some of the finest writers and artists associated with horror and dark suspense. H.P. Lovecraft, Robert Bloch, E. Hoffman Price, Frank Belknap Long, Robert E. Howard, William Hope Hodgson, C. Barry Quinn, Clark Ashton Smith, and even a young Ray Bradbury. Anton was influenced by these writers, as well as artists like Margaret Brundage and Virgil Finlay. Later in life, LaVey made friends with fellow carny Robert Barber Johnson, who also wrote eerie tales and was a fine artist and animal trainer. Johnson introduced LaVey to a wider circle of artists, writers, and thinkers, including Clark Ashton Smith and George Haas. Anton counted among his friends such weird adepts as Fritz Lieber, August Derleth, and Anthony Boucher. When it came time to organize the rites to include in his book of satanic rituals, LaVey included 2 ceremonies dedicated to H.P. Lovecraft's fiction, bringing to life the unspeakable rights Lovecraft and others had only hinted at in their fictional depictions. The Lovecraft/Cthulhu mythos had a deep influence on LaVey, as it spoke to man's ultimate powerlessness and folly. As Donald Tyson so eloquently put it, the world of Lovecraft's Necronomicon mythos may be summarized as one in which humanity has no hope and no purpose, where good and evil are illusions in an incomprehensible universe ruled by chaos. There is no God and no devil. All the ideals and principles we hold dear are merely fictions created to fend off the encircling darkness for a brief time. But that darkness must ultimately prevail. We are threatened on all sides by ancient alien races of unimaginable power who may at any instant burst forth into our reality to claim this planet as their own. And when they do so, our species will be at best a source of slave labor or meat, at worst an annoyance to be exterminated. Only ignorance about our true condition prevents us from going insane. As much from fiction as from philosophy, LaVey built his religion and rituals using images he grew up with. Books like 7 Footprints to Satan, La Bosse, Weird Tales, Stories of Strange Cults, and the Nazi Black Brotherhood, complete with lurid covers, and noir movies like The Black Cat and The Seventh Victim. In doing this, blending the horror stories he loved throughout his life, LaVey distinguishes Satanism from other faiths, and that he readily understood that all religions are based largely on fantasy and legends. Satanists do this consciously, suspending their disbelief within the confines of the ritual chamber, rather than habitually confusing truth and fantasy. Horror fiction is inevitably the main fount for satanic reflections, as it is here that writers generally examine man's most complex and hidden drives, fears, obsessions, desires, and primal impulses. It is also within these murky borderlands that man's mortality is most closely felt as a spur to enjoy our fleeting lives, and where tantalizing speculations about supernormal human abilities are entertained. With all of its darkness, horror and terror tales are where you find human truths most unflinchingly examined. This might be a good time to recognize that LaVey, being an accomplished musician, was exposed to a wealth of devilish themes in the symphonies, operas, and popular music that were, for a significant number of his early years, his bread and butter. I have listed some of these in Appendix 6. He was also moved by many composers who wrote strongly thematic, bombastic music, as he called it. Beethoven, Orff, Wagner, Tchaikovsky, Smetana, Rimsky-Korsakov, Emmerich Kohlmann, Sigmund Romberg, Verdi, Puccini, Bizet, and Mahler. Many who would be dismissed as being too descriptive or narrative, but who Anton felt conveyed real emotional power. Much of his music was informed by musical theory, including the concept of Ursong, which is a set of archetypal vibrations and resonances that, since the primal beginnings of music, produce overt, often dormant, emotional responses. Excitement, sorrow, despair, enthusiasm, etc. Of course, LaVey has written extensively about his affection for American popular music from the 1920s to the 1940s. Some of the most inspiring and profound lyrics and melodies ever composed. The sixth robust influence on Satanism was a result of LaVey's years traveling about in circuses and carnivals. First of all, performers in this realm are strictly stratified with notoriously closed mouths about specific techniques drawing impenetrable barriers between the carnies, those in the know, and the rubes, those whose money you want. The circles are very tight, much like a family or the mafia. Another influence LaVey received from his uncle, who was involved in the formative years of Las Vegas. See Details in the Secret Life of a Satanist. Once you earn trust, you are protected. But secrets are not for outsiders. Anton must have been exposed to those attitudes from his gypsy grandmother as well. But young Tony was ingratiating and eager to learn. He was initiated into the ways of palm reading, hypnosis, mental magic, stage magic, and cold reading. He learned from the lions he began to train, as well as from the freaks he worked with. Those born special were treated like royalty in this world. That which would identify them as monstrous to mundane outsiders was counted as a distinct and marketable advantage. Why not get paid to be stared at, instead of letting the normals do it for free? It was here LaVey began to understand how lines can be blurred between reality and presentation, building on techniques he intuitively developed as a child. Stagecraft, convincers, and cold reading are a matter of attention to details and subtle cues that make all the difference. It was a godless world of glitz, sex, fortune, and fate, in which the tangible is limited only by your own imagination. People live in a dream world of their own construction, and it takes very little effort to alter it from within, once you ferret out an individual's private hopes and fears. It was during this time he also began to read more about famous stage magicians like Carter, Howard Thurston, Harry Blackstone, the amazing Dunninger, and especially Harry Houdini. Not only his techniques of bedazzlement and illusion, but also his debunking of spiritualists, learning how table rapping and ectoplasmic manifestations were achieved. From these magicians, Anton learned critical lessons about dramatic presentation, the use of lighting, sound, pacing, misdirection, and props, as well as the ideal musical selections to achieve astonishing results, shaping the willingness of the audience to your own ends. Some writers have turned an ungracious light on LaVey's time in the carnival, as if it diminishes his sincerity regarding what he later developed. But his time rumbling over carnival lots and hustling amid the circus tents was a singular education for someone destined to start the Church of Satan. LaVey developed an invaluable lexicon of everyday psychology, nonverbal communication, fetishes, and human typing that he expanded over the years, incorporating many of these techniques into lesser magic. Being a carny didn't mean he was out to bilk people, but rather that he had been privileged to understand people in a way few others, especially those isolated in academia, would ever be able to decipher. Because Anton was so bright and well-read, he was able to combine the hard-boiled wisdom he learned as a carny with the loftier knowledge of the occult traditions and literature he was studying. Few others have bridged that gap between those two realms. I would direct readers to William Lindsay Gresham's Monster Midway and Step Right Up by Dan Mannix, as well as Marvin Kaye's Handbook of Mental Magic for further study in these areas. Once his time in the carnival was over, LaVey started playing for burlesque houses and bars in the Los Angeles area, where he learned more about glamour and bewitchment. Then moved back to San Francisco, finding work as an organist, pianist, and applying his visual talents as a photographer. Anton began creating art when he was young, starting as most young men do, rendering precise drawings of ships, cars, guns, and some naughty, girly pictures. Eventually, he branched out into more fantastic landscapes and frightening beasties. One of LaVey's favorite artists was Reginald Marsh, who sketched and painted depictions of Coney Island, burlesque houses, and other seedy corners of New York in the 1930s. Another favorite artist was Ivan Albright, who famously painted the final depiction of Dorian Gray for the 1945 film, who used ghastly color layering and fleshy folds to communicate decadence and debauchery in his portraits. Basil Wolverton was another inspiration for the comically ghastly, as was Charles Addams. LaVey was always drawn to the visual arts, especially influenced by the pin-up art that was a ubiquitous presence on magazine covers, calendars, paperback covers, and mutoscope cards, distributed from vending machines in the 1940s. His favorite pin-up artists, like Earl Moran, Peter Dribbin, Ed Runcie, Zoe Mozart, Gil Evgren, and George Cross, captured a certain flirtatious earthiness in their subjects, emphasizing lush curves and bold colors rather than the spare lines of the very popular Petty or Vargas girls. LaVey eventually gathered an impressive collection of girly magazines and paperbacks of the 1950s, mostly for their intriguing cover art. He also generated an impressive collection of drawings and paintings of his own over the years. But it was photography that drew Anton to more practical applications, like finding work, supplementing his musical career. He had long been influenced by the techniques of William Mortensen and credits his books, especially The Command to Look, as primary in his formation to his ideas on magic, as much as darkroom techniques, enduring archetypes, and the balance of light and shadow. Michael Moynihan deftly describes the great debt Satanism owes to Mortensen in his excellent article, Infernal Impact, The Command to Look as a Formula for Satanic Success, included in that book's 2014 release from Feral House. LaVey also admired the dark, gritty photos of Ouija, the crime photographer who always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. Thus the name derived from Ouija. In his early 30s, LaVey had a chance to apply his theories professionally. He was photographing women in his progressive states of undress for a company called Paramount Photo Sales, not affiliated with the major movie studio. Was taking claims pictures for insurance companies, and had the opportunity to do some work for SFPD as a crime photographer. He found this work particularly enlightening as it exposed him to a raw, unblemished world in which innocent children die through accident or violence. Laughing young souls can be extinguished in an instant by a drunk driver. And a suicide can take weeks to find, degrading into soup in a bathtub, because no one cared enough to check on her. He decided there was no God in this world, and if there was, he was doing a piss-poor job. Through police department connections, and because LaVey was handing out cards advertising himself as a hypnotist and gaining a reputation as someone interested in the occult, Anton started fielding the 800, or nut calls, that regularly lit up police switchboards. These complaints of ghosts, UFO visitations, or unearthly noises generally got little reaction from the police, as they were too busy to attend to such matters. As a pioneering ghost hunter, LaVey enjoyed applying whatever scientific methods he could to the situation if it merited it. Sprinkling powder on the floor to observe phantom footsteps, rigging up cameras with tripwires, using a theremin-like device as a proximity detector. Sometimes all that was needed was a crawl up a ladder to retrieve an old can stuck in the rain gutter, whistling eerily when the wind blew through it. In such cases, when residents were disappointed there wasn't more mystery behind the sound, LaVey would quickly assure them that it might have been part of a more sinister manifestation, but he had taken care of that too. LaVey was learning that a great deal from his study of psychiatry and basic human psychology, gravitating to the writings of Sigmund Freud and his ideas concerning sexual repression, the id, dream interpretation, and the importance of early sexual explorations. Though Freud has been demonized over the years, much of what we understand and practice as basic psychology now was originally formulated by Freud. LaVey's concept of ECI is directly Freudian. Our libido, our sexual awakening, our kundalini, sustains and inspires us throughout our lives. As icing on the cake, Anton discovered a 1919 essay by Freud titled The Uncanny, which was an early exploration of the psychological roots of aesthetics, fictional narrative, and creative drive. LaVey also toyed with concepts from Carl Jung with eternal recurrence from Nietzsche, universal archetypes, collective unconscious, synchronicity, his fearless embrace of man's shadow self, anima/animus interplay, and his openness in attempting to place psychic phenomena, UFOs, alchemy, and the tarot in some psychological context. Where Freud was ostensibly anti-religious, despite his secret Kabbalistic readings, it seems Jung saw the uses for more impressionistic experience. LaVey entertained notions of metempsychosis, or blood genetic memory, engrams, not the Dianetics kind, atavistic responses, and other ideas associated with the fringe theories of the mind. Anton was equally intrigued by the theories of psychoanalyst Wilhelm Reich, and made many references to his ideas of character analysis, mass psychology, muscular armoring, the function of the orgasm, orgone accumulators, cosmic superimposition, and ring-making with his cloudbusters. Reich is credited as the main architect of the sexual revolution. His idea of orgone energy seems to be akin to the qi, ba, ki, and universal life force of other cultures, but more directly sexual. Reich claimed he had isolated it and could use it for healing psychological and physical maladies. He became known as much for the outrageous suppression of his work by the U.S. government, for his influence on later therapists and writers. Though long regarded as psychologically unbalanced, his theories dismissed as pseudoscience, Reich had been somewhat redeemed since the examination of his unpublished papers. He had left instructions that his work be sealed for 50 years after his death, which expired in 2007, and some have judged Reich's work to be significantly more valuable than it was regarded during his own lifetime. This leads us into the seventh and final category of sources for LaVey's philosophy, which would best be called frontier science. A natural extension of Anton's interest in the occult and arcane, his early application of scientific principles to investigate ghostly or psychic phenomena led him to enthusiastically explore whatever relationships might be seen between science and that which is generally relegated to the supernatural realms. LaVey's Satanism assumes a posture of cynical eagerness toward all things mysterious, treating the ritual chamber as a laboratory. A responsible scientist must be open to all possibilities, yet remain objective and rigorous concerning any results, especially unusual ones. A closed mind, full of crusty prejudices, is a betrayal of science, and is equally as irresponsible as unquestioning belief. This early conviction guided LaVey to the works of Charles Fort, who chronicled the strange and weird during the early years of the 20th century. Rains of frogs and fishes, spontaneous human combustion, ball lightning, strange lights in the sky or forests, unexplained disappearances, poltergeists, etc. gathering his findings in books and giving his name to the anomalous incidents he catalogued, which are now called Fortean. The Fortean Society, to which Robert Barber Johnson and Ben Hecht belonged, was started in 1931 by Fort's friends and admirers in a spirit of open but skeptical delight. This attitude definitely changed LaVey's Church of Satan. Another of LaVey's cohorts along these lines was Louis Pauwels, whom Anton probably met through mutual friend and gnome king M. Michel. Pauwels and Jacques Bergier had published their Fortean work, The Morning of the Magicians, in 1960, igniting the imagination with sparks of paranormal and esoteric connections. In seeking explanations for various supernormal avenues, LaVey was always drawn back to music. He often referred to the music of the spheres, evoking Pythagoras' discovery of the musical interval and harmonics, which, along with other visual and mathematical mysteries, such as aspects of sacred geometry and the golden ratio, inspired LaVey. In his exploration of harmonics and their effect on the human body, he discovered Nikola Tesla, whom LaVey considered an underappreciated wizard, for his dramatic sense of presentation, his study of Vedic traditions and Akasha, as well as for his actual discoveries. LaVey knew of Tesla's particle beam weapon, his free energy machine, and told tales of Tesla's black box, earthquake machine, that could destroy buildings using frequencies of oscillation. Anton and his cohorts built a miniature, wearable version of Tesla's resonance box during his magic circle days, and implied that it had applications in mind control, or, at the least, was seriously disturbing to those who came in contact with it. Though too recent to be considered an influence on LaVey, Anton was enthusiastic about Rupert Sheldrake's work on morphic resonance, as outlined in his 1981 book, A New Science of Life, seeing it as a groundbreaking step toward more understanding of certain magical processes. LaVey thought Sheldrake's subsequent books, The Rebirth of Nature and 7 Experiments That Could Change the World, held merit as well, feeling they should be greeted with reserved enthusiasm, as Anton had regarded similar speculations by Nietzsche, Speer, and Jung. LaVey maintained that a view that magic was, in many ways, simply science that wasn't fully understood or properly quantified yet. Just because it hasn't been fully proven, dissected, and relegated to the mundane and reproducible doesn't mean we shouldn't take full advantage of it. As Anton put in Arthur Lyon's 1988 book, Satan Wants You, I don't believe that magic is supernatural, only that it is supernormal. That is, it works for reasons science cannot yet understand. As a shaman or magician, I am concerned with obtaining recipes. As a scientist, you seek formulas. When I make a soup, I don't care about the chemical reactions between the potatoes and the carrots. I only care about how to get the flavor of the soup I seek. In the same way, when I want to hex someone, I don't care about the scientific mechanisms involved, whether they be psychosomatic, psychological, or whatnot. My concern is with how to best hex someone. As a magician, my concern is with effectively doing the thing, not with the scientist's job of explaining it. We use quantum physics, epigenetics, bioelectromagnetics, life extension, and studying psychic phenomena with ever more sensitive tools to make magic more comprehensible, almost familiar. The same is true for string theory, quantum foam, action at a distance, multiverses, quantum entanglement, and Schrödinger's cat. We seek out dark matter, dark energy, and the zero-point field because we are deeply imaginative, intuitive creatures. Our earth is a wondrous and complex place to live, and still harbors enchanting mysteries for us to uncover. The ancient powers and knowledge that resonate through us, transported down to us through the eons, will forever be appreciated and protected by those best suited to utilize them. Anton was a brilliant man with a sharp and penetrating wit. His disdain over-intellectualizing and obfuscation, a criticism he leveled at the various occult or spiritual paths that preceded him. He didn't frame himself as a philosopher, largely because those who market themselves as deep thinkers or spiritually evolved tend toward a nauseating surfeit of pompous blustering, ultimately retreating into stultifying, self-referential, and cult-like vision of reality. One of the little recognized revolutions LaVey brought to magic was to make it accessible to all who strive to utilize it. Before LaVey, reputable witches and sorcerers had to have either been formally initiated into a recognized hierarchical group after years of study and plenty of green, or via claimed inherited family ability and from some mythic/mystic ancestor. In defiance, LaVey required no initiation system. The high priest of hell didn't even issue a command to join his church. There was never a claim of demonic revelation or any inherited gift. LaVey recognized that anyone who picks up the books and starts applying Satanism for his or her betterment is an active Satanist. In doing this, revealing the simple ABCs of sorcery without charts of correspondences or complicated instructions, Anton opened the door for all the witches' spellbooks and do-it-yourself magic you now see crowding the shelves. A case could be made for the value of working with a master. Just as in martial arts, there are subtleties, and even dangers, in magic that are best taught in person, instead of simply picking up a manual and working through the exercises. But it is far from necessary in order to qualify as a real Satanist, thanks to LaVey. What I'm doing now is like teaching the black history of Satanism, LaVey said during interviews for his original book, regarding his sinister endeavors. I'm tracing our movement back to its satanic roots and the philosophies and attitudes of Machiavelli, Milton, Spencer, Rabelais, G.B. Shaw, Maucham, Nietzsche, the genre of film noir movies. These are all satanic, always have been, but just might not have been labeled that yet. There has always been a genetic strain of Satanists, but it's just now getting to the point where we can stand up to identify ourselves and our forebears. Young people are hungry to know the philosophy behind Satanism. Now it's time for the second wave to crest. We cannot forget either the cauldron of counterculture in which the Church of Satan was born. San Francisco has always celebrated its eccentrics, and the mesmerizing Black Pope was certainly embraced as another shining demigod in that pantheon when he emerged on the scene. LaVey has been most vocal in his disregard for hippies, but apart from their lack of decorum or aesthetics, there was an overarching impulse during the well-documented 60s toward breaking conventions, exploring various mystical, spiritual, and anti-authoritarian paths. Mankind quivered on the brink of a great cosmic evolution, a mythic transformation that would unveil wondrous secrets and catapult us forward into a resplendent and eternal Atlantis. Many voices seemingly demanded gay rights, women's liberation, sexual libertinism, artistic freedom, and an end to blind jingoistic attachment to any nation or creed. Anton didn't invent Satanism in a vacuum, as this chapter has shown. The philosophy is certainly not uniquely American. Our roots are sunk deep in the soil of Great Britain, France, Germany, even the ancient Middle East and Egypt. But the peculiar alchemy that conjured forth the Church of Satan has a distinctly American defiance and hubris. Had it not been Anton LaVey, had it not been San Francisco, had it not been 1966, Satanism, or whatever inevitably emerged to fill that niche, would not be what it is today. Ultimately, LaVey was an artist, musician, photographer, painter, writer. His ideas were informed by opera and poetry as much as by any magical texts. People who try to limit the Church of Satan as being anchored entirely in sterile atheism or in the murk of an initiatory heritage, beginning with the mystery religions of ancient Greece or Egypt, are missing a good portion of what Satanism is. It is much richer than any magical system that has arisen before, because it draws from so much outside of traditional magical paths. Chapter 3. The Modern Prometheus. If some diabolical force had plotted Anton Szandor LaVey's life to eventually lead him to found the Church of Satan, the devil himself couldn't have planned it better. Born in Gangland area, Chicago, on April 11th, 1930, LaVey remembered being intrigued by the supernatural from the time he was able to think. Young Tony devoured books like Dracula, Frankenstein, and whatever ancient occult texts he could lay his hands on. The LaVeys moved to California soon after Tony's birth, making it possible for him to spend time with his Transylvanian gypsy grandmother, who supplemented what he read by regaling him with whispered tales of vampires and black magic. During this same time period, young LaVey showed signs of being a musical prodigy when, at 5 years old, he accompanied his mother into a music store and plunked out a tune on a harp, which was standing in the display window. His parents never stifled Tony's musical pursuits, nor his odd reading habits, but tried to instill some solid values and good sense without imposing any particular religious framework. They prepared their son for an average, productive, middle-class life. Michael and Gertrude LaVey soon learned, however, that Tony was not your average boy. One of his first acts of creation was to alter his rather mundane birth name, Howard Stanton LaVey, to the much more evocative and appropriate Anton Szandor LaVey, adopting family names from his Romanian legacy, blending it with LaVey, L.A., which is how one of his favorite uncles spelled their surname. When LaVey started school, all he could think of were ways to get out. San Francisco Bay Area teachers couldn't teach him the things he wanted to learn. He wanted to study magic, monsters, weapons of war, international intrigues, the supernatural, and philosophies on the edge of reason. Since these were not the subjects covered in U.S. history or English classes, LaVey skipped school and spent hours in the library, or, when he was younger and the World's Fair was running on Treasure Island, he'd wander for hours amid the exhibit halls there. When he could, he'd get a legitimate excuse from a sympathetic doctor or his mother. When he couldn't, he'd just go over the wall. As an only child, LaVey preferred solitary activities to more raucous team sports. He found that didn't really affect his popularity. Neighborhood boys always chose Tony as a leader in their play, perching on his doorstep until he organized a club or a game or something for them to do. But LaVey would get disgusted when other boys broke character, couldn't seem to concentrate on a game as seriously as he could, or were too heavy-handed, smashing his toys and going home. In high school, Tony hated the towel-snapping jostling of gym class. He got a doctor to declare him sickly so Tony could spend his gym period lounging in a special room with several other boys, watching the young school nurse who enjoyed wearing her skirts too short and looking at young men's private when she thought no one was watching. Actually, LaVey gained a reputation in high school as anything but sickly. He had relatively few incidents of serious illness during his youth, except for getting a vestigial tail removed when he was about 11 and going through a bout of jungle fever he picked up on a trip to North Africa with an uncle at the end of the war. His interest in occult lore and practices never waned. It was fueled even more when, in the spring of 1945, Tony accompanied his uncle, who was hired by the Army as a civilian engineer, to Africa and Europe. At a command post in Berlin, LaVey was startled to see confiscated Nazi Schauerfilmen, horror films, that referred to a black order of Satanists existing during the Third Reich. The German interpreter made it clear that the films were fictional accounts, but that the Black Order itself was most assuredly real. His fellow students knew to watch out for Tony. Instead of learning scientific boxing like most pink-faced young men did during World War II, LaVey studied judo at the Duke Moore studio, earning several degrees in it by the end of 1946. When some overly aggressive classmates were laid flat by Tony's perplexing maneuvers, no one took martial arts in the 40s, he was called a sneaky Jap and accused of not fighting fair. LaVey didn't much care about blistering accusations in those days. Tony's growing disdain for the great unwashed masses grew when he assisted his father's brother, Bill LaVey, with his business in newly developed Las Vegas, just after the war. It was there he met notorious underworld figures like Moe Sedway, Mickey Cohen, Al Greenberg, Meyer Lansky, and Bugsy Siegel, who had their own brand of productive cynicism to convey to an impressionable young LaVey. The general sentiment in that crowd was that everyone's on the take and everyone has an angle, no matter what position he holds in society. Everything's a racket, including the church. Especially the church, 'cause nobody's supposed to know it's a racket. While Tony sat around tables letting the men's after-hours conversations wash over him, he began to formulate a principle that would eventually be incorporated in LaVey Satanism. Always ask, cui bono? Who gains? Find out what's in it for whom, and you'll be able to figure out how much bullshit is being shoveled in which directions, and how you might make it work for you. As Anton was quoted in Arthur Lyons' Satan Wants You, truth never sets anyone free. It is only doubt which will bring mental emancipation. At 16, LaVey did two significant things. He became second oboist for the San Francisco Ballet Orchestra, their youngest member, and he dropped out of high school. Tony reveled in the incongruities forming in his life. He let his hair grow longer, began wearing leather jackets and zoot suits, and hung around pool halls, making small talk with pool sharks, hustlers, prostitutes, and gamblers. Then he'd go home to change clothes before going to work at the Symphony Hall. His world consisted of, on one side, painting, studying magic and philosophy, playing classical music, and, on the other side, acting, thinking, and looking like a common hood. By the following year, Tony was itching to practice some of the things he'd learned about human nature: music, hypnosis, magic, and psychology. A painful love affair spurred Tony to decide between the French Foreign Legion, which he'd always been romantically drawn to, or another alternative he'd heard firsthand about from a pool hall acquaintance: the circus. Since transportation to North Africa was more difficult to arrange, LaVey decided the circus was a good place for an energetic young man of his talents. He signed on with the Clyde Beatty Circus as a cage boy and roustabout. Besides making himself available as a general hand for setting up the tent, moving platforms and props during shows, it became Tony's responsibility to feed and water the big cats. He discovered a deep, immediate rapport with the lions, tigers, and leopards he cared for, preferring their company to that of humans. Within a short time, Beatty himself noticed the relationship LaVey had developed with the cats. He started teaching LaVey some of his lion training moves, letting him work the cats himself for special children's matinees and charity performances before Beatty's regular nightly show. At 17, LaVey was handling 8 Nubian lions and 4 Bengal tigers alone in the big cage. For a more barbaric effect, LaVey grew his blue-black hair into a shaggy mane and sported a Mongolian-style mustache, leaping around the stage, wearing traditional black pants, red full-cut shirts, and black leather boots, brandishing his whip, stick, revolver, and chair as Beatty had taught him. In an attempt to decrease the chances of injury while using Beatty's effective type of fighting act, LaVey began some rather unorthodox but effective techniques to increase closeness with the cats he worked with. LaVey began eating with the lions in their cages, mimicking their growls and natterings, crawling in the sawdust beside them on all fours, and curling in a pile with them as they slept. LaVey reached a unique level of trust with his cats. Yet LaVey, like any wild animal trainer, carried the scars of a few close calls to his death. LaVey's musical skills weren't wasted in the circus either. Once his talent was discovered, and the regular calliope player dismissed, LaVey accompanied circus greats from the Flying Walendas and the Cristianis to Hugo Zacchini, a.k.a. the Human Cannonball. After the circus season ended, LaVey extended his knowledge of the outdoor entertainment industry by joining the carnival and amusement park circuit, working some of the biggest traveling shows on the Pacific Coast. Kraft's 20 big shows, West Coast shows, and Foley and Burke. Playing calliope, Wurlitzer band organ, or Hammond along every midway, LaVey also worked with famed freaks in the 10-in-1, accompanied the girly shows, and when the funhouse blowhole operator needed to be relieved, LaVey was his enthusiastic stand-in. What LaVey found he liked best in the carnival, though, was working the mitt camp, any kind of fortune-telling or occult-oriented concession. He learned all he could about billet reading, astrology, palmistry, and all other aspects of the Romani trade. Eventually, LaVey worked up a good act for himself as a hypnotist, making a girl stiff as a board and stretching her across 2 chairs as the finale. LaVey enjoyed sporting the typical carny look: flashy sport coats, hand-painted ties, and a pencil-thin mustache. The scar on his cheek he'd received in a knife fight with a friend added a dangerous quality to his already sinister features. He was in his element among the loners, drifters, and marginal types who have always been attracted to the cynical carnival atmosphere. It was here LaVey learned how much people will pay to be fooled, how desperately they want to escape their own dull lives. It was also the first time LaVey came face to face with the hypocrisy of Christianity, when he was recruited to play for the traveling tent show revival meetings on Sundays. Circuses and carnivals used to be considered the work of the devil in the 19th century, when shows traveled in wagons and disapproving clergymen had real power. Then, once evangelists wised up that they could take advantage of carnival organists and crowds gathered by the entertainments, they began to tolerate us, in true Christian modification. As I've said before, I'd see the guys on Saturday night front and center, steaming up their glasses, watching the dancing girls in their skimpy hula-hula costumes. Then, on Sunday morning, I'd see the same men sitting dutifully beside their wives and children, asking God's forgiveness for their lustful thoughts, and that they be purged of their unholy desires. Their piousness would last until the following Saturday night. They'd be back, panting after the buxom girls again, with not a thought of God in their pea-pod brains. That's when I first realized that man's true carnal nature will always win out, and the Christian church is based on hypocrisy and lies. It's a no-win proposition. It's like getting people to feel guilty for breathing and charging them for the oxygen they breathe. Carnival season ends when it gets too cold for people to walk around outside anymore. Midways are left deserted. Carnies fold up their flashy banners, dismantle their bally stands, and steal away until the warmth returns in the spring. Many get winter work at various permanent West Coast amusement facilities. By autumn of 1948, LaVey had gained a reputation as a flamboyant personality and reliable musician. He had no trouble getting off-season work, playing organ in burlesque pit bands, making the rounds of the Los Angeles stripper circuit, with stints at the popular Mayan and Burbank theaters, as well as Zucca's, a legendary Culver City night spot. It was at the Mayan that LaVey met Marilyn Monroe, who at that time was also trying out the names Marilyn Marlowe, Noreen Mortensen, and Mona Monroe. Her contract had been canceled by Columbia, and she'd accepted the theater manager's offer of a job dancing until something better came along. With the money Marilyn earned, she was able to keep her coveted room at the Hollywood Studio Club, an apartment complex within earshot of Central Casting, filled with other starlets and Hollywood hopefuls. LaVey and Marilyn had a brief but intense affair when Anton rented a room in a shabby auto court on Washington Boulevard for a few weeks. She was taken with him as a musician, and she loved to hear him talk about magic and the darker aspects of human nature. LaVey considered Marilyn's dancing adequate, tending toward the slower, more exotic numbers, which he felt suited her best. But her real appeal for LaVey was in her soft, almost sickly, exaggerated, pasty flesh. Cellulite wasn't considered a disease then. The first time I saw Marilyn on stage, bathed in that blue spotlight, I didn't watch too closely. Then, when she turned around and showed that white, marshmallowy flesh with a couple of little bruises down the back of her thighs, that erotic feeling welled up inside me. It was the awakening of a lust object, I must admit, more than an actual love object. But love only comes after lust, if it's going to come at all. Marilyn and LaVey's lovemaking was spontaneous and passionate. She liked an element of danger. We would make love in places where there was a chance of being discovered, like in a cemetery, the back seat of her car, an abandoned building. She liked the thrill. LaVey's interlude with Marilyn was cut short when he became involved with the daughter of an influential Los Angeles businessman. Here was an opportunity to acquire material possessions, to move forward and prosper. Even though LaVey would go on to gain some of what he'd hoped for, the intellectual and sexual aspects of his new affair became limiting. He soon longed for the compatibility he'd taken for granted with Marilyn, but it was too late. She'd moved on, beginning her much-chronicled rise to fulfill her dreams and consequent nightmares. LaVey and Marilyn formed some significant archetypal crystallizations for each other, but though they would correspond for another decade, they never saw each other again. When LaVey's interest in the businessman's daughter waned, he felt more alone and listless than ever before. He continued to get work in Los Angeles, playing strip joints along Ocean Park Pier, nightclubs, lodge hall smokers, and stag parties. Finally, he decided to return to San Francisco. Through connections there with Little Caesar Granelli, a local promoter and caterer, he got jobs playing organ for various stag parties sponsored at the Avalon Ballroom and the Beach Chalet. LaVey also got a chance to apply his talents as a photographer, where he landed the aforementioned job with Paramount Photo Sales, taking pictures of women in various stages of undress. The photos were assembled into packages of 10 and sold for a titillatingly moderate price. When he wasn't working, LaVey spent time at Playland at the beach, one of America's great seaside amusement parks, where some of his carny friends found off-season work. It was here one night that LaVey met his future wife, Carol, the daughter of a Wells Fargo bank executive. He was immediately charmed by the 5'2" baby doll blonde. Since Carol was underage, it was necessary to get her parents' permission before the couple married. Carol's parents were always supportive of her, but they hesitated when they discovered her involvement with this rather menacing older man. They were eventually charmed by LaVey's reserved nature, talent, and unquestionable devotion to their daughter. Carol and Anton were allowed to marry with her parents' blessing, and LaVey settled down to the role of husband and breadwinner. He had been taking courses in criminology at San Francisco City College and combined this with his photography experience to get a job as a police photographer for the San Francisco Police Department. Again, LaVey was face to face with the worst side of human nature on a daily basis. On call 24 hours a day, he would race across town to photograph scenes of murder, suicide, auto accidents, explosions, anything that warranted an investigation because of grave circumstances, usually including loss of life. There were enough bloody scenes to make LaVey's mind seethe. Children splattered on the sidewalk by hit-and-run drivers. Young women brutally slain by jealous husbands. Bloated bodies fished out of San Francisco Bay. Men shot by their brothers or best friends. Little girls raped and ravaged. To LaVey's death, there were some intersections. Storefronts or windows in San Francisco he couldn't pass without reliving the grisly sights and smells he experienced there. LaVey disparaged some people's reaction to the death of loved ones. Tearful platitudes of, "He's in God's hands now," and "It was God's will," perplexed and angered Anton. How was he expected to believe that there was some plan to such senseless carnage? That this was God's way of watching over all these people? What possible reason could there be for delivering such pain and suffering to innocent souls? There could be no God. As early as 1951, LaVey's growing convictions about Satan led him to try seeking out a group of official devil worshippers. He had heard that followers of Crowley were practicing Satanists, but when he visited the Order of Thelema in Berkeley, he was sorely disappointed. He found a gaggle of mush-minded card readers who emphasized the study of Eastern philosophy, Oriental languages, astrology, and contemplation to reach an unnamed mystical oneness with the universe. This wasn't LaVey's idea of Satanism, but that experience taught him people will construct their own lurid fantasies about supposed devil-worshipping cults, no matter how innocuous the groups may actually be. While his explorations into the occult and psychic realms expanded, LaVey's secular responsibilities were increasing as well. In 1952, LaVey's first daughter, Carla Maritza, was born, much to his delight. Her dark curly hair and quick mind echoed her father's, forming a magical link between them from her birth. The following year, because of his interest in the subject, LaVey was assigned all the repeater 800 calls that came through various bureaus of the police department. This was code for allegedly insane person, more loosely translated as nut calls. Reports of ghosts, glowing shapes floating across the backyard, weird noises, UFO sightings, mysterious rays, all things that go bump in the night. No one else wanted the assignments because they were weird or spooky. But LaVey jumped in with both feet, developing techniques for psychic investigation. The only people seriously studying such things since Harry Houdini were J.B. Rhine, Walter Gibson, and Joseph Dunninger, and in England, Harry Price. LaVey's best scientific efforts were usually wasted, though, since once he crawled into the attic to find the origins of the mysterious noises, the cause was found to be a tin can whistling in the wind, or a stray cat trapped in a crawlspace. But when LaVey presented the overwrought residents with the simple cause of their problems, their disappointment was only too obvious. Was that all it was? Not one to let an audience down, LaVey quickly learned to spice things up a bit. Well, of course, there was more to it, silently implying some supernatural menace. But I took care of that for you, too. A much more satisfying answer. Some unnamed exorcism had been performed on their behalf, and LaVey left them considerably relieved with their cherished fears intact. LaVey's reputation grew outside the department, and others contacted him for investigations, exorcisms, and other occult doings. LaVey learned the fine art of providing remedies and maintaining mystery at the same time. He satisfied his customers' needs for hypnosis, charms, spells, talismans, and by 1955, he was ready to quit the police department and concentrate all his energy on further explorations into the black arts. To supplement his income, he went back to playing the organ at various places, eventually becoming the San Francisco city organist. Already, LaVey was getting local press as a ghost hunter, hypnotist, magician, and owner of unusual house pets, including a black leopard, which he walked along the foggy cliffs of San Francisco late at night. Many of his cronies from the circus and carnival days had maintained friendships, blending well with the unusual personalities drawn to LaVey's Sutro Heights flat as murmured rumors about his magical prowess spread. He knew he needed a place to practice the satanic formulas that were coming to a boil in his mind. A place safe from prying neighbors. A place he could decorate in his own sinister fashion. He was enchanted with visions of a creative cabal or salon, a traditional reaching back to 18th century Europe through Victorian times, in which intellectuals would meet to discuss their latest endeavors. Gertrude Stein's salon between the wars in Paris, the Algonquin Round Table in New York, the Bloomsbury Literary Group, to name a few. LaVey wanted to create a space for lively magical interaction and exploration, with creative cross-pollination among arts, science, and esotericism. Prowling the avenues of the Richmond district with his real estate agent one afternoon in 1956, LaVey noticed a slate-gray structure across the street from the one they were touring. He had spotted the brooding Victorian house that would eventually become as iconic to the growth of Satanism as Anton LaVey himself. It had a sold sign on it and was of an outdated design that would be considered a white elephant by most. Anton's agent insisted he wouldn't be interested. The house had an unsavory history and had been outfitted with a number of trap doors, secret passages, ladders, and other follies. The more Anton heard, the more convinced he became that this was exactly the house he was looking for. Anton's agent asked to see the inside, introducing LaVey as an historian interested in interior design. As luck would have it, the owner happened to be there, arranging for the sale of the house, which was already on consignment with his agent's real estate agency. Seeing Anton's enthusiasm for the house, the owner herself gave him the grand tour. The house did indeed have a dark history, and it was about to get a lot darker. It had belonged to one of the Barbary Coast's most notorious madams, Mary Ellen Pleasant, who had a number of houses in San Francisco, and was better known as Mammy Pleasant. She had come west from New Orleans in 1852, performing black magic and voodoo rites for wealthy clients, and was a key component for the Underground Railroad which smuggled slaves to freedom. She described herself as an entrepreneur and devoted most of her energy towards civil rights, for which she was eventually recognized. A woman who worked for Pleasant, the then owner, had acquired the house after Mary Ellen's death and had outfitted it with the secret panels, trap doors, even adding a convenient bar in the basement. Trapdoors were common in whorehouses and led to the term panel joints, which could be utilized to relieve the customer of cash once he hung his coat in the closet and was otherwise occupied. When Anton told the woman that he wanted to use the house for magical workings, she became determined he should have the house instead of the real estate company. It didn't hurt that LaVey was offering a bit more money, which gave her reason to step back from the prior commitment. As far as Anton could gather, the house had been built in 1887 by a Scottish sea captain. His wife disappeared under mysterious circumstances after 6 years of marriage, and the sea captain was never heard from again. There may have been some truth to the story. The house had very old timbers at its lower depths, the type often used as a ballast on sailing vessels or coming around Cape Horn. The nails that were visible there were the square-headed kind used in ship construction of the period. The fireplace in the front parlor, which would become the oft-photographed front ritual chamber, was an addition after the original building. It was massive for a room that size, projecting out 2.5 feet from the wall, built of heavy dark stone. Standing over 4 feet tall and 5 feet in length across the wall, it was made to order for LaVey to consecrate as an altar to ancient unholy gods, perfect for a nude woman to drape herself across. The owner said the stones had come around the horn as ballast, then were used as paving cobbles when they were offloaded in San Francisco. During the 1906 earthquake and fire, the stones were again up for grabs as rubble and were brought to 611 4 California Street to construct this oversized fireplace mantel. The owner showed Anton a small picture of her son she had mortared into the small niche at the front. LeVay felt energized by the unnerving abode, as if he had conjured it in his dreams. One of the first things LeVay did was paint the house black. He couldn't find any black house paint, so he acquired some surplus black submarine paint, rented some scaffolding, and began the transformation into the house whose roots would reach all the way to hell. As his curious new neighbors passed by and saw Anton working, they stopped to tell tales this strange young man would appreciate, about the sea captain and getting their liquor there during Prohibition, and about attending wild all-night parties. LeVay parked his sleek black 1949 Citroen in front of the house, a low, sinister car that certainly added to the Addams family appeal. The place also needed a few interior changes: wallpaper to hang, some tiles to replace, and some minor alterations. By the time Halloween rolled around, Anton and Carol were able to throw a party to inaugurate their newly decorated digs. A crowd of interesting and eccentric people were gathering around LeVay, at ease in the surroundings of his new home, pleased with the opportunity to share attitudes and expertise. In accordance with LeVay's explorations of demonic geometry, they took to wearing an odd-shaped black and red medallion adorned with a bat-winged demon. LeVay dubbed his group of iconoclasts the Order of the Trapezoid, which later evolved into the governing body of the Church of Satan. Those who attended LeVay's soirees have always comprised an array of professions and pursuits. One distinguished participant was the Baroness, Karen Duplessis, who grew up in the royal palace of Denmark. She lived in an isolated mountaintop home in Marin County with several Great Danes, and never missed one of LeVay's events. Among other regulars were artists, attorneys, doctors, writers, and law enforcement officers. City Assessor Russell Walden might share the room with Donald Werby, one of San Francisco's most influential property owners. Anthropologist Michael Harner with writer Shanna Alexander. A ship's purser might be seated next to a deep-sea diver, a dildo manufacturer next to a plastic surgeon, a famous tattoo artist, the grandson of a U.S. president, the owner of one of the world's largest collections of Fabergé artifacts, all attended LeVay's get-togethers. Another illustrious member of LeVay's original Magic Circle was underground filmmaker Kenneth Anger, who, after establishing himself as a leading force in that genre, has since become one of Hollywood's most notorious historians, publishing much of the juicier tidbits about its favorite sons and daughters in Hollywood Babylon and Hollywood Babylon 2. The field of fantasy and science fiction personages alone yielded the likes of Anthony Boucher, Auguste Derleth, Robert Barber Johnson, Reginald Bretnor, Emil Pataya, Stuart Palmer, Clark Ashton Smith, Forrest J. Ackerman, Fritz Lieber Jr., to name a few, into LeVay's circle of magical compatriots. Through San Francisco socialite Brooks Hunt, LeVay met a man who would have a profound effect on his life and thought: magician, dentist, wood-carving artist, and eccentric extraordinaire, Dr. Cecil Nixon. His wing-tipped collars and gold pince-nez perched on his nose, Nixon looked every bit the Victorian gentleman. He was interested in much the same esoteric topics LaVey was interested in: mind-reading, stage magic, ventriloquism, hypnotism. Nixon had even built his own lovely musical automaton, which he named Isis. At her base was carved the phrase, "I am all that was and is to be, and no mortal hath lifted my veil." He had a large home at 1555 Broadway, filled with Rococo furnishings, fine statues, musical instruments and antiques, with musical enchantments and secret panels of Dr. Nixon's devising, sprinkled liberally throughout his haunted house. He had done much of the intricate carving himself, and saw a kindred spirit in LaVey, a young man who could help him with his many ongoing projects. Anton became a regular at Nixon's Saturday night soirees, providing background music on Nixon's ornate Wurlitzer for the dramatic recitations and magic acts common to Nixon's parlor crowd. LaVey was drawn to Nixon's Victorian parlor presentation, echoing that in his own home decor, much in the style of the fin du siècle diabolists. In his blending of gadgetry, genteel magic, and outright atheism, Nixon influenced what the Church of Satan would become. Dr. Nixon was an inventive, insightful, multi-talented man out of time, who is undeservedly all but lost to history. As LaVey himself has said, Anton never had to look for publicity. People found his lifestyle and choice of house pets intriguing. Within a few months of inaugurating their Black House, LaVey was getting regular mention in Herb Cain's column, San Francisco's most influential observer of everything au courant. Anton's unusual occupations and equally unusual home, with Zoltan, his black leopard, roaming the hallways, and his pet tarantula, Bruno, skittering through the secret doorways, made irresistible copy. One of the earliest comprehensive profiles of LaVey was a pictorial article by Sibley Morrill for the Alameda County Weekender, the magazine section of the Alameda County Times-Star, dated February 12, 1966. It was titled, "How Belief in Magic Grows in the Bay Area," and covered LaVey's pre-Church of Satan attitudes. The article included pictures of the bat demon's symbol, the sigil his Order of the Trapezoid group was using, and his 1937 cord. LaVey continued to play the organ at various Bay Area locations, including Maury's Point, a former speakeasy and brothel located about 15 miles south of San Francisco. It was here that LaVey met Diane, a 17-year-old beauty with long blonde hair and enchanting green eyes, who worked as an usherette in nearby Pacifica. Charmed by Diane's looks and obvious enthusiasm for him, LaVey began meeting her more and more frequently, sometimes resorting to sneaking her out through the secret passages of his house and departing with her hiding in the trunk of his car. LaVey's love for Diane grew steadily in response to her unbridled devotion and unquestioning support for all he was doing. Carol grew more distant. She and Anton finally parted ways in 1960. Freely admitting their differences, Carol went on to become a successful real estate broker, while Anton continued to pursue his own interests. Diane had the pleasure of taking over Carol's role as hostess to the Magic Circle. Eventually, Anton began to formalize his magical lectures, holding forth every Friday night at midnight, opening them to the public and charging $2.50 per person. In no time, the place was packed to capacity. LaVey's subjects ranged from the gruesome to the esoteric. Vampires, literary and modern, werewolves, freaks, methods of torture, and various devices of pain, hypnosis, sex theories and revitalization techniques, haunted houses, dream manipulation, ESP, zombies, cannibalism, complete with cannibal feast, and homunculi. Most of the seminars were illustrated in some way, many of them concluding with a demonstration. August Derleth did a guest lecture on weird fiction and Lovecraft. Father William Riker gave a lecture on Adam, Holy City, and Christian theology. As an adjunct to his seminars, LaVey conducted witches' workshops, which concentrated more on the skills of applied magic, enchantment, love potions, fortune-telling, and such things specifically pertinent to witchcraft. In 1963, Diane gave birth, under LaVey's hypnosis in place of anesthetic, to LaVey's second daughter, Xena Galatea, a blonde charmer who was a delightful amalgam of both mother and father. 2 years later, the LaVey household was expanded by one more when one of LaVey's associates purchased a 10-week-old Nubian lion for him, which LaVey named Togar. LaVey kept Togar with him for 3 years, much to the delight of columnists, reporters, and radio stations in the Bay Area. LaVey would often take Togar to visit school classrooms, promoting appreciation and goodwill for wild animals. Togar was even the subject for a popular half-hour children's television show called The Brother Buzz Show, which told the story of a day in the life of LaVey's pre-Church of Satan household from a lion's perspective. San Francisco columnist William Drury wrote a series of delightful pieces about LaVey during his sorcery and ghost-chasing days, many including lion tales, with titles like Dracula, I Presume, Nice Kitty, Ouch, and A Lion O Typo 2. A friend even acquired a capybara for LaVey, which he named Asmodeus. The logic being that if Anton shared house with a large feline, he should also keep company with the largest rodent. But after the organization was founded, a small band of LaVey's neighbors got a petition together demanding he get rid of Togar. After much legal ballyhoo and some unfortunate episodes with the then 500-pound, full-grown lion, the LaVeys were forced to donate Togar to the San Francisco Zoo. The separation was wrenching for both man and lion, and LaVey leveled a curse on those responsible. Within a year, several of the neighbors who had been most vocal about Togar had moved away, died, or disappeared. Togar sired many cubs both in San Francisco and on actress Tippi Hedren's ranch in Acton, California, where Togar lived out his last years. She described him in her book, The Cats of Shambhala, as a good but fierce papa. Togar died in 1981 on Walpurgisnacht. In 1966, the old Victorian house bustled with activity. 13-year-old Carla, who had chosen to live with her father and Diane, pitched in with housework, baby tending, and lion watching. As publicity swelled, the curious began showing up wherever LaVey played music, to ask questions about magic spells, hypnosis, and other phenomena. He was a captive audience for barroom drunks. Finally, one of Anton's longtime associates, a police inspector with the seemingly fictitious name of Jack Webb, raised the inevitable question. Why don't you make some use of all this magic stuff and the philosophy you've spun around it? You've got the material for the founding of a whole new religion. Do you realize that? In fact, LaVey had realized the principles he was formulating and refining could be blended into a new religion. And on Walpurgisnacht, 1966, he opened the gates of hell. Chapter 4. Diabolical Consequences. In its first 18 months of existence, the Church of Satan was at the center of 3 separate media sensations, splashing front headlines around the world. The first of these was the marriage of 2 of LaVey's prominent members on February 1st, 1967. John Raymond, a politically radical journalist, and Judith Case, New York socialite daughter of a well-known attorney, asked LaVey, their high priest, to officiate at their wedding ceremony, blessing their union in Satan's name. Word got out, and on the day of the ceremony, newspapers from California to Europe sent more reporters and photographers than any event since the opening of the Golden Gate Bridge, crowding the Black House to witness this supreme blasphemy. There was such a mob that police had to cordon off the area. Joe Rosenthal, who took the immortal shot of Marines raising the flag on Iwo Jima during World War II, was assigned to photograph the evil doings of the San Francisco Chronicle. The Los Angeles Times, among other prominent newspapers, devoted 4 columns at the top of their front page to one of Rosenthal's pictures of the wedding. Most of the accompanying stories lingered on the naked female altar, the array of personalities present, and Togar, the Nubian lion, roaring from somewhere further inside the house. The press was delighted. They dubbed LaVey the Black Pope and clamored for interviews. While many of the early articles were published in men's magazines because of the nude altars, mainstream magazines jumped into the fray as well. Eventually, all the major magazines were doing in-depth cover stories on the rising tide of Satanism. The rituals for the first year were largely intended as cathartic blasphemies against Christianity. Many of the elements were consistent with the reports of satanic worship from the famous writings of diabolists, such as the description in Joris Karl Huysman's La Bosse, translated into English as down there. A nude female altar was always used. The accompanying music was a series of corruptions of church hymns. The cross was turned upside down. The Lord's Prayer was recited backwards. Mock holy wafers were consecrated by insertion in a naked woman's vagina. Whiskey was used instead of wine for Christ's blood. Holy water was substituted with seminal fluid and milk. And the names of the infernal deities were invoked instead of the Christian God. It was too much for some elapsed Christians to stand. Some attended out of curiosity, only to find eustress quickly to distress, rushing home to dig out their crosses to protect them from the devils they'd confronted. The Black House continued to develop as an entity itself. The LaVeys added Victorian Gothic necessities. The glaring stuffed leopard, owl, armadillo, and other animals visible on prominent shelves. Egyptian relics, including an elaborate sarcophagus in the corner of the front chamber, concealing a door, and the alabaster canopic jar on the altar beside the cat o' nine tails. Tiffany-style lamps and a wicker fan chair. A crystal ball sitting on a low stand near LaVey for handy prognosticating. A phrenology chart and esoteric statuary. A tombstone coffee table. Another table with a large sheet of glass covering a bed of nails. Anton had the high-ceilinged kitchen decorated with demonic murals, bright color set against black, some painted like the red devil behind the stove, with the stovepipe coming out of his mouth, by the high priest himself. The front ritual chamber became its own rarefied space, housing a cursed Rasputin sled chair, a confessional chair from the Hellfire Caves, a con organ and grand piano at one end of the large space, a Yazidi peacock and resonant gong. Over the years, the Black House became a repository of the neglected, feared, and malformed, orphaned by their owners because of curses or weird happenings that occurred around them. When the owners heard about Anton and his church, they donated the items, relieved to be rid of them. LaVey's books were everywhere. Topics ranging from architecture, speculative science, guns and weaponry, movie musicals, various esoteric arts, stage magic, old San Francisco, mentalism, circus history, lost cities, weird phenomena, and a sign warning in no uncertain terms: anyone caught removing books from these shelves will have their hands amputated. One heavy shelf in the purple room, which served as a general greeting parlor, was hinged to allow passage to the red room beyond, which was LaVey's sleeping quarters and recording laboratory. Through a discreet viewing slit in that bookcase, obscured by black cloth, one could observe the unwary guests awaiting their fate before meeting the legendary Black Pope. Under another bookshelf, there was a false fireplace that opened to a ladder reaching to the depths of decadence and storage areas below. One item that maintained a position of prominence and adoration in the Black House was Reuben, the complete skeletal remains of a man who had endured Paget's disease, housed in a large glass case in the purple room. Reuben had been on display at a Bay Area hospital, abandoned when the place was slated for demolition. Kenneth Anger helped bring Reuben home to the Black House. Unfortunately, years later, when pictures and descriptions of the malformed skeleton appeared in a Paris Match article on the church, the doctor who treated the man before he died called UCSF Medical Center and demanded they retrieve the skeleton. The hospital officials were reluctant, but the doctor was so insistent they had to demand LaVey return Reuben. Said LaVey years later, "That was a real shame. That skeleton got more attention and appreciation with the Church of Satan than he ever could have otherwise. We rescued him. He probably would have been destroyed among the wreckage. Even in a museum, he would just be one more skeleton among hundreds. With us, he was special. We blended a formula of 9 parts social respectability to 1 part outrage," said Anton LaVey. "We established a Church of Satan, something that would smash all concepts of what a church was supposed to be. This was a temple of indulgence to openly defy the temples of abstinence that had been built up until then. We didn't want it to be an unforgiving, unwelcoming place, but a place where you could go to have fun." What LaVey established with his new philosophy was revolutionary within both magical and religious circles. No belief was required. No entities were to be blindly worshipped. Religion was finally acknowledged to be the language of psychologically productive metaphor and poetry, a language not imposed from outside ourselves, weighted with judgment, canonical law, and original sin, but one we create as gods and goddesses to accept our own inner direction and power, without compromising our intellect or ceding authority to another. LaVey presented a liberating framework, a religion based on self-indulgence, carnality, and pleasure, instead of self-denial. All religions before LaVey, with the exception of Buddhism, demanded worship of some central entity or entities. Even within the then emerging witchcraft and pagan revivals just gaining a sparkle of life, belief in external agency was essential. Ceremonial magicians, the only ones bold enough to dare Congress with dark forces before LaVey, summoned demons to do their bidding while binding them with angelic guardians in the name of Jesus Christ. Anton blasted away all such sniveling with cold, cleansing reason, declaring that all magical results can only come from within you. We use legends, images, and rituals to hypnotize ourselves, to alter our state of consciousness, to enter realms of being in which we can summon that strength, purpose, and psychic force within us. Humans have always used these techniques, as have witches and healers, but LaVey proposed we do it consciously, thereby adding the force of conviction, defiance, and individual authority to our actions and active meditations. Many witches, shamans, sorcerers, and some enlightened Christians now acknowledge that magic and miracles come from within. But before LaVey, none had created an organized way to reconcile the poetry of the irrational with scientific skepticism regarding religion. As LaVey said, his church was never a gloomy, sullen place of dour criticism and eternal damnation. His church was a joyous sanctum of promise, indulgence, and self-empowerment. He acknowledged fun and laughter as positive forces. Following the 1960s mantra, "If it feels good, do it," LaVey created a religion based on unapologetic pleasure, encouraging stimulation of the senses, mind, and spirit. Pleasure was not otherwise considered a path to power and enlightenment in 1966. Abrahamic religion spent centuries firmly convincing us that sensuality and play are suspect, no doubt the work of the devil. It had taken many decades of experimentation for forward-thinking researchers and scientists to confirm the power of positive thinking, creative visualizations, the placebo response, active meditation, self-hypnosis, positive affirmation, and self-empowerment on sustained health and success. LaVey pioneered such explorations long before EST and The Secret. After a while, LaVey got tired of simply mocking Christianity and decided to develop rituals which would be blasphemously positive and exciting. I realized there was a whole gray area between psychiatry and religion that had been largely untapped, said LaVey. He saw the potential for group ritual as a powerful combination of psychodrama and psychic direction. Instead of just throwing off the potent bioelectrical energy conjured through ritual, to be dissipated in the surrounding ethers, that energy could be structured, shaped, and directed to accomplish a specific goal. LaVey's sinister aspirations went far beyond mere parlor tricks. He was approaching authentic magic as an experimental science. The Church of Satan's formalized curse, for example, as described in the Satanic Bible, is more than an exorcism of pent-up emotion. It's a true destruction ritual, with all reserve tossed aside to generate wild emotion and focus on the object of contempt or anger. The person who caused the pain is made to suffer rather than the innocent individual left harboring the harmful emotions, turning the destruction back onto the one who deserves it. LaVey saw this ritual technique as much more powerful than the psychics and would-be witches who made claims to all kinds of magical powers. The amount of energy needed to levitate a teacup, thought LaVey, would be of sufficient force to place an idea in a group of people's heads halfway across the earth, in turn motivating them in accordance with their will. Anton continued to refine his ritual magic with his working group, further exploring his theories of angles of madness and how they could be utilized in his intellectual decompression chamber, as LaVey called the consecrated black magical space. His ideas blended what he knew of dominant mass and other techniques for visual arts from William Mortensen, as well as the unholy angles which haunted him from the shower films he had seen after the war, and ideas from one of his favorite writers, Howard Phillips Lovecraft. LaVey was strongly influenced by the disturbing effects Lovecraft described in many of his stories, such as in this line from The Call of Cthulhu. The geometry, author's italics, of the dream place was abnormal, non-Euclidean, and loathsomely redolent of spheres and dimensions apart from ours. Anton wanted to use ritual to achieve the suspension of reality. That disorientation, both physical and temporal, and the evocation of eerie, unearthly horrors within that suspended space, that Lovecraft and other creative artists achieve through their chosen mediums. As Lovecraft described in supernatural horror and literature, the one test of the really weird is simply this: whether or not there be excited in the reader a profound sense of dread and of contact with unknown spheres and powers, a subtle attitude of awed listening, as if for the beating of black wings, or the scratching of outside shapes and entities on the unknown universe's utmost rim. When people joined his organization, LaVey promised no miracles, and perhaps that is what most inspired people to listen to him. I do not mean to tell you that magic alone can attain anything for you. If you are a talentless person, you can't be a great musician just by wishing for it or working a spell. If you are an ugly woman, you can't expect to attract a handsome movie actor by magic alone. Magic requires working in harmony with nature. Bearing that in mind, I can assure you that I have stumbled onto something. Magic works. I would do it whether people attended the Church of Satan and did it with me or not. In 1967, LaVey decided the world was ready for the first public satanic baptism. He wanted to force the world to see that Satanism is not drinking the blood of babies and sacrificing small animals. LaVey declared, rather than cleanse the child of original sin, as in the Christian baptism imposing unwarranted guilt, we will glorify her natural instincts and intensify her lust for life. Who better to be baptized in such a public ceremony than LaVey's own 3-year-old daughter, Zena? Her soft blonde hair and engaging smile captivated reporters. Such an angelic child, to be dedicated to the devil. While many Christian organizations and other concerned citizens were outraged at the spectacle, there was little they could do. Had it been the 1980s, LaVey might have been charged with satanic child abuse. But there was no such legal avenues for religious hysterics in 1967. While reporters were relatively fair to the Church of Satan in the late 60s, LaVey saw a sharp decline in open-minded, objective reporting in the mid-1980s. In 1984, he stated, "If real Satanism were allowed, the kind of television time that Christianity has now, the kind of drawing out and patience that interviewers give sports figures, or the kind of coverage that a baseball game gets, Christianity would be completely eliminated in a few short months. If people were allowed to see the complete, unbiased truth, even for 60 minutes, it would be too dangerous. There would be no comparison." Zena's baptism date was set for May 23rd. Photographers started showing up at 6 a.m., even though the ceremony wouldn't begin for another 15 hours. One of the church members, survivalist Kurt Saxon, designed and made a special amulet for Zena just for the occasion. It was a colorful Baphomet with an ice cream cone, lollipop, and other things a little girl would like included in the circle. Her mother dressed her in a bright red hooded robe and sat her on the edge of the altar, while photographers from New York to Rome snapped away. LaVey recited an impressive invocation, later adapted for inclusion in the satanic rituals. "In the name of Satan, Lucifer, we welcome a mistress, Zena, creature of ecstatic magic light. Welcome to our company. The path of darkness welcomes thee. Be not afraid. Above you, Satan heaves his bulk into the startled sky and makes a canopy of great black wings. Small sorceress, most natural and true magician, your tiny hands have power to pull heaven down, and from it build monuments to your own sweet indulgence. Your power makes you master of the world of frightened, cowering, and guilt-ridden men. And so, in the name of Satan, we set your feet upon the left-hand path. Zena, we baptize you with earth and air, with brine and burning flame. And so we dedicate your life to love, to passion, to indulgence, and to Satan and the way of darkness. Hail, Zena! Hail, Satan! The entire ceremony was designed to delight the child, welcoming her with sights and smells that were pleasurable to her. Unlike the Christian method of dunking already frightened children in water to baptize them, Xena sat cheerfully, chewing gum throughout the ritual, basking in the attention she was receiving from admirers and the press. In December of the same year, Anton was approached by Mrs. Edward Olson. She wanted the high priest to perform a funeral for her recently deceased husband, a Navy man killed in a traffic accident near San Francisco's Treasure Island station. Both she and Edward Olson had become members of the Church of Satan, despite Baptist Orient upbringing and his earlier membership in Youth for Christ. When he'd entered the Navy, seen more of the world, and married a sexy brunette, he realized Satanism was a more realistic way of life. He believed in this church, said Mrs. Olson, and it is in this church that he would have wanted his funeral. Though the Navy officials were a bit nonplussed, they agreed to Pat Olson's instructions without much discussion, considering it their duty to comply with Mr. Olson's last request with dignity. A chrome-helmeted honor guard attended at the ceremony, standing rigidly at attention alongside the black-robed witches and warlocks wearing their Baphomet medallions. The sailors held an American flag over the coffin, while LaVey recited a eulogy, emphasizing Edward's commitment to life and choosing to walk the devil's path. To end the funeral, the Navy Guard fired 3 volleys with their rifles, and a Navy musician played taps after the mourners shouted, "Hail, Satan! Hail, Edward!" Although the Archbishop of San Francisco was upset by the whole affair, immediately sending an outraged letter to President Johnson, most San Franciscans, including Navy officials, felt Olson should receive the same consideration as any other Navy man. The response from the White House was actually quite fortuitous for the widow and her young son. Olson, a machinist repairman, 3rd class, was erroneously referred to the White House aides as Chief Petty Officer. Mrs. Olson was able to use those letters to file a claim for a posthumous promotion for her husband and receive higher survivor's benefits. LaVey credited demonic intervention for Mrs. Olson's good fortune. Because of the sharp increase of declared Satanists in the military, Satanism was soon outlined as a recognized religion in the chaplain's handbook for the armed services, with updates requested from the Church of Satan every year, where it remained until they discontinued the supplement. By July of 1968, communication with an ever-increasing membership led to the first Church of Satan newsletter, containing scheduling details, church events, party announcements, and eventually feeding in essays and book recommendations from the high priest. The tone was chatty and spirited. Each newsletter grew stronger, adding letters and avenues for contacting fellow members. Issue number 8, dated October 1969, had a garish red paper cover, and the new title, The Cloven Hoof, which remained the community's primary source for LaVey's writings and church policies for the next 45 years, until newsletters were superseded by websites. These first newsletters were were reprinted in Appendix 3. The rituals continued at the Black House. Besides the weekly ceremonies, Anton conducted witches' workshops and various seminars, attracting notable personalities from up and down the California coast. Jane Mansfield, the sexy sweet blonde bombshell, famous for her stunning measurements and orgasmic appeal, insisted on meeting the Black Pope. LaVey and Mansfield hit it off immediately, each fulfilling a diabolical need in the other. Jane became passionately obsessed with Anton, calling him several times a day wherever she traveled, eventually applying for a driver's license just to be able to drive to San Francisco, unescorted by her persistently ubiquitous lawyer boyfriend, Sam Brody. Jane's commitment to LaVey and her dedication to the satanic philosophy continued until her death in June of 1967. The auto crash she died in also killed Sam Brody, who LaVey had formally cursed in response to Brody's jealous threats and attempts to discredit LaVey. The night of Mansfield's death, LaVey had been clipping a Church of Satan news item from the German magazine Bild Zeitung. When he turned the item over to paste it in the press book, LaVey was shocked to see he had inadvertently cut a photo of Jane on the opposite side of the page, right across the neck. 15 minutes later, a reporter from the New Orleans Associated Press Bureau called Anton to get his reaction to the tragic accident. Jane had been practically decapitated when she was thrown through the windshield of the car. Madness rituals, fertility rites, destruction rituals, shibboleth rituals, and psychodramas in the form of black masses were devised for public participation and entertainment every night. The early period of rituals were not a time of games or chicanery, but of necessary development, growth, and experimentation, as well as generating a pool of concentrated energy to draw from it in later experiments. One of the first articles written about the new High Priest of Satan appeared in February 1967 in Shanna Alexander's The Feminine Eye column in Life magazine, titled "The Ping is the Thing." The article opened by describing a ping that is often heard when idly listening to the morning news broadcast. The ping seems to signal that something funny or weird or maybe even profound may have just occurred, although one is never sure. Alexander then goes on to give a wonderfully engaging account of LaVey and his activities in those early days, describing, as she says, the jarring clash between the exotic and utterly banal. When Rosemary's Baby was about to be released in 1967, LaVey, besides playing the part of the devil, attended advanced screenings set up by the publicity department to elicit his observations as various religious groups previewed the film. It was, after all, a metaphorical as well as a very real offshoot of LaVey and the Church of Satan. LaVey has said Rosemary's Baby did for the Church of Satan what the Birth of a Nation did for the Ku Klux Klan, complete with recruiting posters in the lobby. Taking advantage of the high priest's high visibility, small black buttons were passed out at the screenings which read, "Pray for Anton LaVey." LaVey remembered the audience's reaction to the ending of the film, when it clearly showed the Satanists had no intention of hurting the child, as everyone expected, but glorified it as the son of Satan. People got very angry stomping their feet and showing general disapproval. Sometimes the reality of Satanism is a lot more terrifying to people than their safe fantasies of what it's supposed to be. For the first time, they've been confronted with a devil that talks back. In contrast to the later onslaught of publicity about Satanism in the 1960s, see Chapter 6, the tone of most articles in LaVey's early days was frivolous and chatty. The authors thoroughly charmed by the spooky fun these wacky witches and warlocks were getting up to. They told tales of LaVey seminars and witches' workshops, with supplementary midnight excursions to haunted houses and graveyards in his sleek, ghost-white 1937 Cord, accompanied by the likes of Robert Barber Johnson and the Baroness Monique Van Cleef, a professional dominatrix. The Baroness fit in perfectly with Anton's wicked cabal. She met him in October 1966, when the manager of the San Francisco Wax Museum, Bob Carr, invited LaVey to perform a satanic mass. They advertised for a Miss Devil-May-Care to reign as the voluptuous witch queen of the ceremonies. Monique, a petite, curvy blonde, applied and was perfect for the role, and eagerly joined LaVey's growing circle. The Baroness, a legitimate title through her father, had been servicing powerful politicians and businessmen in the New York and New Jersey area. But when secrets were breached and she faced criminal charges, her clientele scattered. Von Cleef was drawn west to San Francisco, attracted by more discerning tastes and liberal sexual views. She once told Anton, "You want to know my real philosophy? You have to be nasty to people who thrive on misery. I really believe that. I make money by giving these people exactly what they want and need, and then I'm condemned by society for doing it." Monique was a regular at the Friday night revels, harshly whipping supplicants while wearing her abbreviated nun's habit during the traditional Black Mass, until she was summoned back east to address her legal issues. The Baroness eventually opened another house of discipline in Europe, remaining faithful to her high priest and her chosen religion. As a sampling of some of the "aren't we wicked" kind of write-ups LaVey was getting in the early days of the church, what Diane came to call stuffed rat and tombstone pieces, and LaVey called deviled ham, please enjoy the following. Included in Witchcraft Today, edited by Martin Ebon, is a 1970 article by Jean Molina. In a tongue-in-cheek apology for the devil, Samuel Butler once noted that we have heard only one side of the story. God has written all the books. For those interested in justice for the other side, let it be observed that its version is now being set forth with diabolical skill by an erudite former lion handler in a 13-room, black-walled headquarters not far from the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. This Black Pope, as his followers sometimes refer to him, is Anton Zander LaVey, founder and leader of the thriving Church of Satan. To LaVey, black is beautiful, but it refers to his brand of magic, not skin color. We believe in the power of ritual magic and bask in the real flesh and blood life and the wondrous body we have. We don't have the turn the other cheek concept. If someone does anything to us, we smash them. At just past 40, LaVey is one of the most knowledgeable diabolists around, and possibly the only one in the country making a good living out of espousing the devil. LaVey is a big, impressive man, 6 feet tall, with a shaven head, a trim mink beard, and a quietly incisive voice. He can hold forth for hours on subjects recondite and occult, leavening the outpouring of his years of research with frequent flashes of wit. From Black Magic, Satanism, and Voodoo by Leo Louis Martello, 1972. 6-foot LaVey's head is shaven in the manner of Erich von Stroheim or late George Gurdjieff. He sports a Ming or Fu Manchu beard. He wears an inverted pentagram, sign of Satan, top 2 points forming horns, and a black red-lined cape. He looks the part. He dresses the part. His church home is furnished in satanic splendor, with a predominant red-black color scheme, a coffee table made from a tombstone, a cobblestone fireplace used as an altar, stuffed eagles, owls, a leopard, a human skeleton in glass cage, his bedroom entered through the parlor case, the ritual chamber with glassy black walls and a glossy red ceiling, a black coffin, an organ, skulls, etc. Props, LaVey calls them. The front parlor is Victorian. On the fireplace altar there is a bell, a skull, an alabaster Egyptian case, a chalice of ecstasy, black candles, a sword, and a phallic holy water sprinkler. Anyone who ascends the steep front stairs of the black-painted First Church of Satan will see a brass plaque, Anton Zander LaVey, and a larger notice, "Do not ring unless you have an appointment." LaVey is a publicity natural, the Barnum of Beelzebub, an au courant Aleister Crowley, the High Priest of Hell, the Black Pope, a satanic showman, an audacious Antichrist, a modern Mephistopheles, with a difference. From Hans Holzer's The Witchcraft Report, 1973. To Anton LaVey of the First Church of Satan in San Francisco, Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek, and such human traits as indulgence, greed, selfishness, and the survival of the strong over the weak. As a matter of fact, Anton is a rather amicable fellow, a talented painter and organist, who puts on tremendously exciting show during his rituals at his black-painted church in San Francisco. He is, of course, no more a real Satanist than any of the others I have met in person and discussed their creed with. The people who call themselves Satanists today are a kind of anti-witches. That is, they use certain elements of witchcraft but pervert it to their own point of view, which is frequently diametrically opposed to that of witchcraft. The Satanists I know do not kill anything or anyone. They do not use blood. They do not go around hurting people. They do other things that may be objectionable in the eyes of some of the community. But the devil of Anton LaVey and some of the other Satanists in this country is not the devil Pope Paul speaks about. There's a certain shock value in being able to say you're a devil worshiper or Satanist, just as there is undoubtedly shock value in being a witch. But the impact of that word is, in both cases, based upon largely erroneous images of what the word means. In the mind of the average person, witches and Satanists are evil and practically the same. Brad Steger rather dismissed LaVey in his Body, Sex, and Satanism, 1969. All in all, it was indeed quite a wedding for the first public marriage ceremony ever held in the United States by a devil-worshipping cult. The bride shunned the traditional white gown to appear in a bright red dress. The groom wore a black turtleneck sweater and complimentary coat. The satanic high priest stole the show, however, in a black cape lined with scarlet silk and a close-fitting blood-red hood from which 2 white horns protruded. The cynical might point out that LaVey San Francisco-based church headquarters was once a brothel. The purists among the Satanists might grumble about how LaVey's showbiz approach has demeaned the esoteric allure of their secret rituals. But it is very difficult to be very dogmatic about the precise rites and liturgies of the Black Mass. After nearly 200 breathless pages of exploitative, sexually charged tortures and supposed satanic rituals, in his concluding pages, Steger states, Satanism, however, will undoubtedly continue to conduct its perverse ceremonies and practice its sex orgies in dark and secret places. It has nothing valid to offer contemporary society, and its particular emphasis would hasten our culture's social destruction rather than assist in its social evolution. By 1973, when Steger presented an introduction to Jason Michael's book, The Devil is Alive and Well and Living in America Today, it was in the form of a lengthy interview with Anton LaVey. He had obviously learned a great deal about Satanism since 1969. He apologized to Anton for his previous misapprehensions and stepped back to let the devil have his say. It is clear also that LaVey had learned a lot about the burdens of developing a worldwide religion, especially when people, regardless of their level of commitment or understanding, began beating a path directly to his door with expectation of satanic performances and personal attention. Here are some tidbits from that interview. Brad Steger. Anton, if you had a magic wand, what common misconception about Satanism would you like most to clarify? Anton LaVey. First of all, I think the most important thing would be to deprovincialize the Church of Satan. At one time, 6 or 7 years ago, there were regularly scheduled services and lectures held at the original building in San Francisco. But there has not been a service here, from where I am speaking to you, in over 2.5 years. So consequently, because of all this outdated material, people make pilgrimages from all over the world. Tour buses and things turn up on this assumed evening that they have read about in some magazine or in the latest book on the occult explosion or something, and they wonder why Anton LaVey isn't standing around in his devil suit, eagerly waiting to perform a rite for them. We feel that the general trend of religion is not to meet in large tabernacles and in huge buildings, but rather on a more personalized, private level. That is what the entire occult field has shown in happening. So many of our best Satanists are rather solitary people. They have rather successful, rather busy lives, and to them Satanism is not an identity. It is not a social thing where they go and meet and have cookies. It is a way of life for them. Magic, and we certainly do believe in magic and the powers of ceremonial magic, is performed in a very solitary manner. Steger. If one wants to become a member of the Church of Satan, can he just fill out a membership card? LaVey. We don't want losers or people simply seeking identity, or, for that matter, even sincere believers. We want people who just believe. Every mass religion, and we realize Satanism is becoming a mass religion, is steeped with great numbers of people whose only claim to the faith is that they believe. It takes more than belief to become a member of the Church of Satan proper, which is not to be confused with Satanism as a movement. We make it clear to applicants who may not be qualified for membership that they need not be members of the Church of Satan in order to practice a philosophy or a formal belief, or to formalize or crystallize their beliefs into a name such as Satanism. We believe that Satanism is going to be the major religion of the Western world, and the major religion of the Eastern world by a different name. And I, LaVey speaking, would like to disavow the allegation that I am a self-styled publicity man. For the Church of Satan, Brad, it has been very much like the man bites dog adage in journalism. When a man jumps off the Empire State Building, flaps his arms and flies, he doesn't need a press agent. We did something in late 66 and early 67 that nobody had done before. We brought a philosophy, a religion, to the world that had never before been demonstrated above ground, openly, outspokenly. At one time, we were giving interviews, 2 and 3 and 4 times a day. There is a fantastic market for the truth about contemporary Satanism, and the truth is, actually, much scarier than the sensational old crap. It is much more frightening, and, obviously, much more controversial, much more lurid, if you just print it the way it is. One intrepid writer who definitely understood LaVey and reached beyond the stuffed rats and tombstone fare was Jack Fritscher in his excellent book, Popular Witchcraft. Fritscher was hands-on with his research, diving in with both feet, achieving some revealing portraits of many of the major participants of the occult explosion while it was happening. His 1971 interview with Anton LaVey is acknowledged as a highlight of that early period in LaVey's career. Anyone interested in the occult scene from an intelligent, literate, sophisticated perspective should order Fritcher's book. Jack makes no attempts to hide his admiration for LaVey. Anton LaVey constitutionally justified black magic. In the summer of 1966, Anton LaVey corrected the course of American history that had been incorrect since the Salem witch trials of 1692. The U.S. Postal Service has put people on stamps for contributions less than LaVey's. I will quote only the opening lines from his 13-page interview in order to tease my readers into seeking out and savoring the full interview later. Fritcher. Aleister Crowley claimed he could summon the devil to appear bodily in a room. Christians also believe in the physical presence of Satan. The New Testament is like starring Satan live in person. Like Jesus, Satan is incarnated. In their famous duel, Satan tempts Jesus to fall down and worship his satanic body. Anton LaVey. I don't feel that raising the devil in an anthropomorphic sense is quite as feasible as theologians and metaphysicians would like to think. I have felt his presence, but only as an exteriorized extension of my own potential, as an alter ego or evolved concept that I've been able to exteriorize. With a full awareness, I can communicate with his semblance, this creature, this demon, this personification that I see in the eyes of the symbol of Satan, the goat of Mendes, as I commune with him before the altar. None of these is anything more than a mirror image of that potential I perceive in myself. Once the Church of Satan started getting international press, local newspaper reports tapered off. While the San Francisco media enjoyed reporting Anton's escapades as a local eccentric, ghost hunter, sorcerer, and keeper of lions and leopards as household pets, he was no longer fun when he became an internationally recognized Satanist. People were beginning to take Satanism seriously. His closest associates started calling the high priest Dr. LaVey, Doc, or Herr Doctor, as he said, a term of affection and respect, much as a circus calliopeist or whorehouse pianist was once called Professor. The Church of Satan began attracting a more potent group of people, beyond the sex fetishists and those with limited understanding of the dark arts. Dr. John Farrow, an erudite teacher of medieval history at UC Berkeley, began teaching satanic catechism classes at the church. Another early adopter, psychologist Adrian Claude Fraser, was writing lengthy and insightful articles for the Cloven Hoof. Magazine articles on cults and covens imitating the Church of Satan were suddenly springing up from New York to London. The LaVeys were writing a weekly column for the National Insider around the time Anton's foundational book was released, though the topics addressed were lurid tabloid fare. The answers contained accurate satanic advice and philosophy. By the time the Satanic Bible was released in 1969, membership in the Church of Satan had already grown to well over 10,000 worldwide. Unlike the publication of the Satanic Bible, LaVey conveyed his philosophy via multicolored mimeographed sheets to those who requested further information, especially those beyond San Francisco who were unable to attend his lectures. This book compiled his relevant writings, including the 9 satanic statements, blasts of unmitigated blasphemy, essays on Luciferian enlightenment, and a step-by-step guide for preparing your altar and performing satanic rituals. There were no demonic revelations implied, but plenty of fiery imprecations balanced with common sense. LaVey didn't want it to be a heavy, ponderous book. He respected little handbooks that changed the world, like Mao's Little Red Book or Marx's Communist Manifesto. Portable books that can be easily digested and quoted. Anton chose language, references, and a simple cover design with a deliberate eye toward avoiding anything that would make the book seem dated, ensuring its lasting legacy as the founding document of Satanism. I would enthusiastically direct readers to Magistra Nadremia's sensitive and comprehensive essay. So it was written, The History of the Satanic Bible by Anton Zander LaVey. This well-researched addition to the Church of Satan legacy was presented to an appreciative crowd as the highlight of our 50th anniversary celebration of the book, and is now readable at churchofsatan.com. The Complete Witch followed in 1971, codifying the system LaVey had been refining in his witches' workshops into a remarkable blueprint for lesser magic. Applying photographer William Morton's principles of sex, sentiment, and wonder, dominant mass, and the command to look far beyond the scope of their original intent, mixing in some somatotyping and fetish finding, some nonverbal communication, and cold reading methods. LaVey set about teaching satanic men and women how to enchant, bending the unwary to your will. In 1972, the companion volume to the Satanic Bible was released. The Satanic Rituals draws together the best of diabolical knowledge regarding greater magic. LaVey represents inspiring rituals and ceremonies collected from cultures around the globe, as well as further explications of the purpose and practice of black magic. Significantly, 2 rituals drawing from the Lovecraft mythos are included, reinforcing the ongoing interactive power between the celebrant and the goddesses and gods they invent and propitiate. Such potent psychic energy has been generated through the Cthulhu writings by myriad writers inspired by Lovecraft's original stories, as well as his own, that Nyarlathotep and Yog-Sothoth deserve a place of diabolic veneration alongside Asmodeus and Typhon. Through LaVey's conviction of magical grandeur, heritage, and nobility throughout the satanic rituals, one experiences a suspension of time and space, which can only be likened to unearthing the apocryphal Necronomicon in the flesh. In that period of 4 years, Anton LaVey set forth the foundations of a new religion through 3 unassuming compact books. Yet one must still shudder at the hell these innocuous tomes unleashed upon an unsuspecting populace. Articles constantly appeared in newspapers around the world, as editors sent their reporters to find out why everyone was buzzing about the San Francisco sorcerer. LaVey and the Church of Satan got major coverage in U.S. magazines like Cosmopolitan, Time, Newsweek, 17. LaVey famously graced the cover of Look magazine. Wax figures of LaVey were exhibited in a dozen museums in various parts of the world. The original cast at Madame Tussauds Wax Works in London. the first authentic black mass ever recorded, predating the black metal bands by a couple of decades, was taped live at the Church of Satan in 1968, even before the Satanic Bible was published. Among LaVey's flurry of radio and television appearances from 1967 to 1974, one particularly memorable performance was an elaborate on-camera ritual for Johnny Carson's 7th anniversary show, summoning success for the upcoming year. The Second Coming, released in 1970, had been the established text on modern Satanism until its author, Arthur Lyons, wrote another book in 1988, Satan Wants You. To update his first, providing fresh material on Anton LaVey and dispelling much of the claims of satanic animal sacrifices and ritual abuse of children. Lyons's evocative reporting and appreciation of the metaphorical approaches of Satanism provide a darkly enthralling vision of LaVey. Newsweek magazine did a few articles covering LaVey's exploits. One from August 16, 1971, entitled, Evil, Anyone?, was already raising questions about suspected satanic crimes that plagued LaVey from his organization's beginnings. Anton's answer has been consistent over the years. Satanism, he insists, is developing two circles. An elitist group, which I always intended my church to be, and the faddists, who are becoming Satanists because it's the thing to do. Discovering that murder isn't on Satanism's list of required sacraments, diligent Newsweek reporters had to find something else to entice thrill-seeking readers. Indeed, far from preaching sexual or political anarchy, LaVey describes his goal as the creation of a police state in which the weak are weeded out and the achievement-oriented leadership is permitted to pursue the mysteries of black magic. Another journalist to interview LaVey fairly early on was Paul Krasner, who started his irreverent magazine, The Realist, in 1958, and was a central figure in the 1960s counterculture. Anton was charmed when one of the first comments out of Krasner's mouth was, "You must get awfully tired of people's little dances." And by that time, LaVey had, indeed, seen plenty of them. The Church of Satan's Bofo box office potential wasn't neglected either. Besides Rosemary's Baby, there were a few other films made about or including LaVey and the Church of Satan. Satanists, an extensive feature-length documentary on the Church of Satan, was released in theaters across the country early in 1970. Often playing on a double bill with another movie Anton appeared in, Kenneth Anger's invocation of My Demon Brother. The ads for the film, showcasing LaVey's scowling countenance, promised bloody, sexually explicit rituals. In true William Castle fashion, serious cautions were included in the large display ads. Satanists is the most pertinent and perhaps the most shocking film of our time. But it's definitely not a movie for everyone. If you choose not to see it, we will understand. Today, Ray Laurent's Satanist is a highly coveted underground classic. Clips have been incorporated into several documentaries on the subject of witchcraft and the occult. It has been the only footage of the church available for TV producers to flash on the screen when describing the evils of Satanism. Sadly, several other foreign documentaries covering LaVey's church, notably footage by Germany's Florian Furtwängler and France's Victor Vicus, never got American distribution. Different versions of Luigi Scattini's Angeli Blanca, Angeli Negra, were released around the world, the American version titled Witchcraft 70. The segment of LaVey in the Church of Satan was one of the few included in every version. LaVey was often shuttling back and forth between San Francisco and Los Angeles during the late 60s to late 70s, spending time with friends and adherents in the movie industry and working on various projects. As he had worked in the LA area as a musician during the late 1940s, he still had an affection for the haunted qualities there, and had friends like Ken Enger, Richard Lamparski, Forey Ackerman, Samson DeBrier, an actor and occultist with his own creative salon, Will Fowler, Joseph Cotton, Patricia Medina, Keenan Wynn, Milo Frank, Sally Forrest, Elke Sommer, and Joe Hyams to share time and memories with. We were on the verge of an explosion of horror and devil-related fiction, both on film and in print, putting LaVey in high demand as a consultant to add that necessary soupcon of authentic diabolic dash. LaVey worked on several films, many less known and uncredited, some that have gained respect or at least a fan following through the years. Besides his involvement in Rosemary's Baby, he worked on Simon, King of the Witches, 1971, Mephisto Waltz, 1971, both Phoebe's films, 1971 and 1972, The Horror at 37,000 Feet, 1973, The Devil's Reign, 1975, The Car, 1977, Dr. Dracula, 1978, and others. After working with director Robert West on the Phoebes films, LaVey was called into service again and headed to Durango, Mexico, in 1974 to film the devilishly delightful Devil's Reign with William Shatner, Ernest Borgnine, Ida Lupino, and a young John Travolta, his movie debut. LaVey was treated with all due respect by cast and crew, and did a number of interviews with the Mexican press. Borgnine, who played the satanic cult leader with compelling panache and enthusiasm, was quoted in a review in Forey Ackerman's Famous Monsters of Filmland magazine. I had to go through a lot of changes playing Corbus, including at one point getting transformed into a goat-like image of the devil. The hottest, most difficult makeup I've ever had to wear. Borgnine took his role seriously, immersing himself in books on Satanism and the occult to prepare for the role, bringing them with him to the set. But once the film ended, those books went right back to the library shelves. Filmland went on to state that Borgnine feels a man walks on this earth only once and must treat each day as if it could be his last. He must have been thoroughly convincing in the role. In a follow-up mention in the Cloven Hoof, it was categorically stated, "Star Ernest Borgnine is not a member of the Church of Satan." But when asked by a bevy of reporters whether he would consider being an actual priest of Satan, he replied that he would accept such an honor if it came from Dr. LaVey, because he respects him as a man. Many of the performers and crew are self-admitted Satanists, several of whom are CS members of varying degrees, including director Bob Forrest. The vivid Blu-ray re-release from Severin Films in 2017, containing commentary from Forrest, extensive interviews with the High Priest and High Priestess, the makeup man and script supervisor, Tom Skerritt and William Shatner, as well as myself, is definitely worth acquiring. Another significant Hollywood contact happened in 1973. After Diane LaVey saw a TV movie that was also a pilot for a new San Francisco-based series called Poor Devil. It starred Christopher Lee, Sammy Davis Jr., and Jack Klugman, and was a comic take on devilish themes, complete with inverted pentagrams and direct references to the Church of Satan downtown. The LaVeys reached out to Sammy. He was quite relieved they weren't offended, and he graciously accepted the appointment of honorary membership in recognition of his long-time musical career. When the LaVeys met Mr. Davis, they found him to be more conversant in magical matters than one might expect, with a sincere interest in the emerging philosophy of Satanism. It seems Sammy had done a fair amount of reading on the occult, and had tried to influence Poor Devil toward authenticity and good humor. He was honored by LaVey's recognition. Unfortunately, the series was canceled due to a deluge of protest mail voicing offense at the positive portrayal of Satanism. Davis's co-star, Christopher Lee, was far less enthusiastic. Sammy told Anton he wasn't ready, but he pointed toward other celebrities he found more receptive over the next few years. He never denied his enthusiasm for Satanism or his membership, though he did pass it off as a proof d'alliance in his autobiography years later. LaVey confirmed he valued the time he spent with Davis, and that the renowned singer truly respected satanic principles and applied them effectively. Those involved with bringing The Exorcist to the screen, 1973, were conspicuous in not consulting LaVey, and actually had him banned from the set, as he would suddenly appear uninvited. The film was regressive in its attitude toward the devil, evoking medieval powers of possession and reprising Satan's role as cardboard boogeyman yet again. Church of Satan representatives were thrust into the position of answering questions about the threats of spiritual evil present in today's world. As would be the case some years later with the satanic hysteria of the 1980s, the movie actually generated more members for us, as it provided an excellent opening for us to explain what Satanists actually practice and believe. Because of LaVey's nude female altars, more than a few fetishists addressed their letters of inquiry to the red-headed nude altar. Plenty of men's magazines were willing to cover the Church of Satan, jumping at the juicy, ready-made excuse for nudie shots. LaVey himself flashed his ample equipment in certain issues of Jaybird Journal and the like, though most of the stories accompanying the pictures were limited to recounting ancient myths of devil's orgies and naked nubile acolytes tied to sacrificial altars. Several were written by Burton Wolfe, who eventually wrote a much-needed biography of LaVey in 1974. While the book was appreciated, it did perpetuate some confusion. Many of the non-biographical details of the Church of Satan Wolfe described were outdated by the time the book was finally released. Wolfe joined Anton's church for a brief period in 1968, when, as he writes, LaVey was still in his prankish stage. Rituals and parties in his black house were full of fun and humor, and I thoroughly enjoyed capers such as playing the role of the director of the insane asylum and the madness of Logic Right. By 1974, Anton was trying to focus less attention on the Black House and weekly rituals, expanding Satanism beyond those Victorian confines. Wolfe continued to fan interest in LaVey with articles in the early 80s, And though he had to drop out of the Church of Satan because he felt it was evolving into a harsh, vindictive, crypto-fascist style organization, Wolfe wrote a comprehensive introduction to the Satanic Bible, which served as the only reliable biographical reference on LaVey until 1990, when The Secret Life of a Satanist was published. The tone of interviews was definitely shifting from the devilish decadence to a more subdued, professional approach. As LaVey conveyed in an interview with Mary Every for the Santa Barbara News Press, November 14, 1974, LaVey is abandoning the theatrics and rituals for a more intellectually palatable course he calls Applied Satanism. I've been keeping a low profile. I don't wear symbols anymore. I leave those to the people on center stage. I encourage ritual, but feel it has lost a great deal of the emotional appeal it once held. The new type of Satanist is not the ostentatious or garish type, but a substantial, responsible citizen. The sensational publicity about naked altars and other profane and erotic aspects of satanic rituals, he says, were absolutely necessary in the neophyte days of his church. But, he adds, he no longer feels the need to keep clobbering. The point is gotten across that we're here. Membership in the Church of Satan expanded steadily. Volunteers in the Black House were furiously typing and phoning, fielding information and interview requests, addressing lengthy correspondence, and filling book and amulet orders from around the globe. LaVey tried to include visits with his constituents wherever he traveled, blessing them with papal visits to their grottos. LaVey's term for smaller, officially recognized Church of Satan groups, where he was greeted with an excess of pomp and black capes. It became rather embarrassing after a while. I'd step off the plane and there they'd be, all huddled together to meet me in their black velvet robes with huge baphomets around their necks. Many of our grassroots people didn't know much about subtlety then, or decorum. I was trying to present a cultured, mannered idea, and their idea of protest or shock was to wear their lodge regalia into the nearest Denny's. In the beginning of the church's activities, LaVey freely printed his address and phone number on posters, fake folded money, to be left lying on the street as a promotional gimmick, and allowed reporters to print his address as they wished. I don't like to think I was naive during that period of my life. I just wanted the Church of Satan to be honest, open, and above board. I also had a dream of being able to work out of my own home, as most of my friends did who were writers or performers. I envisioned the pleasure of rolling out of bed and having your work right there waiting for you without having to get in your car and drive to an office or another location. I didn't think that was unreasonable. But I didn't understand how treacherous people could be. Zena and Carla, who grew up delighting in their father and his organization, recalled that their only fear from being raised as Satanists came from outside, from people who were threatened by what their father was trying to do, or who just wanted to give him a bad time. Zena remembered coming home from school with a nut waiting on her front doorstep with a butcher knife. She had been instructed by her parents, in such an emergency, to keep walking past and pretend she didn't live there. In response, LaVey, like many celebrities, established living quarters around the world, to which he could retreat to, no longer trapped by his own popularity. In a letter from Diane to church official Charles Steenbarger, dated March 6, 1973, we glimpse what life was like for the LaVeys in those formative years. The central grotto has been bombarded with bricks, bullets, one bomb, eggs, and spray paint. One of our cars has had its window smashed out 5 separate times over the past 4 months, last night being the most recent incident. It has also sustained body damage from BBs and pipe bludgeons. LaVey grew embittered over the harassment and threats to his family and security. He grew even more wary of his own brewing hostility. Recognizing the danger of killing someone with the .45, he carried as a constant companion. As Wolfe relates, LaVey, heeding G.B. Shaw's dictum that the Superman must tread among the mass of humanity as carefully as those dealing with wild beasts, bore no hopes for kindness or understanding or sensibilities. Living like the lion trainer among his lions, he had his own peculiar faith, a faith in the ability of black magic to change circumstances and the immediate environment, rendering escape unnecessary. Sometime in 1967, LaVey wrote the set of guidelines for satanic justice he called the 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth. For decades, he considered these rules to be too brutal for the uninitiated, prefacing the Satanic Bible with the 9 statements alone. The rules are edicts for the human animal, outlining the immutable law of the jungle, brought up to date in the form of Lex Satanicus, the law of the Satanist. These rules are included in Appendix 1. After a few years, LaVey began cutting back on the administrative demand on his time, concentrating his energies on his own projects more than on public relations and personally ministering to his ever-increasing flocks. Following his own plan, it was time for LaVey to stop performing Satanism and start practicing it. The Church of Satan was having its desired impact on the outside world, and LaVey wanted to encourage new directions among the members rather than siphoning off his best energy for compulsory performance of rituals. The period of actual above-ground activity confined to LaVey's Victorian digs was relatively brief, but long enough to do irreparable damage to established religion. After that original blast, LaVey remembered, there was no need for the ongoing public spectacle and outrage of an inverted Catholic Mass anymore. Christianity was becoming weaker every day. That was just beating a dead horse. There were plenty of other sacred cows to attack, and that's what keeps Satanism vital and thriving. In 1970, public rituals and lectures conducted by LaVey ceased. Rituals in the Black House were reserved for members and serious inquirers only. From council notes dated 4 September VAS 1970 CE, LaVey wrote, "Rituals are to be held for new members and laity on an every other week basis. The high priest and high priestess will not be in attendance at these functions. New members will not, at any time during the evening, be confronted by the high priest or high priestess. All ceremony and socializing will be presided over by the acting grotto leader. Acting grotto leaders will be selected monthly from the council and deputy council membership. The deputies of the acting grotto leader will be to prepare, conduct, and direct the rituals held on open membership nights. This includes the social period after the ritual. Except for the absence of the high priest and high priestess, the evening's activities will remain the same as ever. Screening of new members will only be held on these nights. If the high priest desires, he may continue to function in the ceremony, unbeknownst to the laity, as organist. He will also continue, robed and hooded, to preside at the screenings. On the alternating Friday nights, the inner circle will meet for rituals. Only those have been carefully selected from the laity will attend the ceremonies. This will be the elite group, and may only be entered by meeting certain qualifications. The high priest and high priestess will preside at these rituals, as has been the general practice until now. No new members will be allowed to view these ceremonies, nor will any screenings take place on these nights. The social period following open ceremonies will last 1 hour. Then the acting grotto leader will dismiss the members from the premises. All weekly ceremonies in the Black House stopped in 1972. Responsibility for satanic activities was shifted to the dozens of satanic grottos established around the world, with Central Grotto, as LaVey's original Black House was designated, serving only to screen, approve, and direct potential members in the Church of Satan. For a time, the system worked as well as one might expect, with a group of individualistic non-joiners. There was the Stygian Grotto, Nineveh Grotto, Lilith Grotto, Belphegor Grotto, Karnak Grotto, Typhon Grotto, local San Francisco group, Babylon Grotto, and more, with correspondence and newsletters flying from one end of the country to the other. Inevitably, larger gatherings were planned and executed. There were several small conferences between 1971 and 1974, which resulted in some delightful meetings of minds and a fair amount of hijinks, but also some unfortunate penis measuring and hurt feelings. Some local groups seemed to be attracting the wrong kind of misfits. Loners, shit disturbers, and sexual deviants, drawing administrative time and attention from the more valuable members. When such types got together in larger gatherings, it merely created more friction and factionalism for Central Grotto to clean up. Anton LaVey could see where this was going. He attempted to clarify his directives for the church with a Phase 4 message, published to all regional agents and those within the priesthood of Mendes, dated September 27, 1974. This was both instructive and prophetic. I will quote from this document at some length as it reflects the challenges of the growing church, as well as anticipating much that would happen on a global scale. While many grottos proved to be stable and effective units, the majority of those which assumed a public profile failed to sustain themselves for more than a few years, even though well constituted to begin with. And the several regional conclaves, while generally successful, provided the kind of ceremony-cum-coffee clatch atmosphere from which we now wish to stand apart. In conventional churches, the masses are not expected to advance until they die. But Satanists are not supposed to be masses. They are supposed to be, at least in potential, Plato's philosopher kings. Consequently, satanic grottos with fixed, long-term memberships are paradoxical. New group-oriented Satanists will remain in a grotto only as long as they are being exposed to novel and increasingly sophisticated magical techniques. Once they sense a leveling off, they will depart, seeking new stimuli and new challenges. Thus, a grotto, in order to remain operational over an extended period of time, must either sponsor increasingly advanced activities or experience a constant input of new Satanists. In this sense, the grotto must serve as a sort of miniature satanic university. The satanic paradox affected the regional conclaves as well. Strong-willed individuals do not tend to mix well with other strong-willed individuals over a period of several days. More than one conclave has ultimately caused more rivalries and misunderstandings than cooperative friendships. Moreover, the majority of members accepted over the past 2 years have indicated a greater desire to move among the seemingly dead non-Satanists looking for signs of life. The challenge and intrigue thus assumed is of greater appeal than the potential rivalries inherent in group activity. Indeed, the years have produced a breed of Satanist who is firmly dedicated to a concept, has the integrity to govern himself, and has the charisma to influence rather than belong. These people seldom attend conclaves, but base their social activities upon personal selection. Hence, the new phase will see an alteration of the conclave concept. Future conclaves, both regional and international, will be secret. Furthermore, they will be by invitation only, to those Satanists who display suitable interest and aptitude in their normal undertakings. Authority for convening of regional conclaves will be decentralized to a key official in each geographical area, but he or she will in turn clear all registrations with the central grotto before the conclave itself is convened. Admission to the Church of Satan will now become even more select than in the past. Prospective members must join directly through the central grotto as members at large, even if there should be a local grotto or circle in the vicinity. Second-degree and third-degree Satanists are reminded that they are under no obligation, express or implied, to lead less accomplished Satanists by their hand. The advanced degrees of the Church of Satan are awarded for their personal prowess and potential. The time has arrived to reach outward, that we may utilize our collective existence as a viable movement toward our ultimate goals. In order to strike out into a climate conducive to our philosophy, we must externalize our individual activities. Until now, we have advocated unity among members. Unity established us as a force with which to be reckoned. Now that this force has been established, further encouragement towards in-group activity is unnecessary. As a body politic, we stand recognized. Individual endeavors by members to seek out one another from within now takes on a dimension of ducklings huddling together to try to keep warm. No further achievement can come of it. Only secular and personal dissension can result. Social climate conditions also figure in the profile of the new phase. Our sources project a marked decline in relative standard of living for most industrialized nations over the next several years. Popular tension will be on the increase, and dramatic and unorthodox measures will be taken to restore and maintain order. Minor non-nuclear wars may proliferate to the extent that wartime economies become instituted on a de facto permanent basis. In the strictest Orwellian sense, we now enter a phase whereby the cohesiveness of Satanism will be reinforced by its individuality and dispersion. Thus, an empire will be forged which can be magnetized and rejoined 10 million-fold at a future date. At present, in unity there is chaos. In dispersion there is strength. There are now more influential Satanists in the world than at any time in history, for no single culture exists as a repository. All places on earth harbor silent men and women who stand ready to come forth when the time presents itself. There will be those who emerge today, as there were those of you who emerged before these words were written. Tomorrow there will be others. We will no longer huddle together for mutual comfort among those who have demonstrated security by their presence. The world is replete with potential Satanists with whom you will find willing and productive companionship. As for your prey, there will be adversaries and challenges, should you wish to test your steel. But out there, not inside. Those who have savored the joys of intramural rivalries and sport of sedition must now look elsewhere, for there are many groups, both occult and profane, which thrive on these antics. In their animosity they serve us, for their identities as ex-Satanists are far more productive to our cause than they could ever have been as loyal supporters. This entire document is included in Appendix 1. By 1975, a reorganization had taken place, and those few who were counterproductive to LaVey's satanic ideals, who were more interested in what Anton called Phase 1 Satanism, i.e., group rituals, blaspheming Christianity in a rigidly structured, limited way, served as catalytic agents for productive purging. With his intensely elitist attitude, Anton was incensed to see his creation degenerating into a Satan fan club, where the weakest, least innovative members were buoying up with time and attention at the expense of the most productive, most satanic members. At a time when other leaders might have turned command over to someone else, taking advantage of the more tempting doors then opening to him, acting, directing, more writing, LaVey was bound by the loyalty he felt for the organization he started. Consequently, LaVey devised a diabolical way to clean house, which eventually eliminated much of the dross and administrivia LaVey felt was obscuring the organization's true destiny. The grotto system was loosely maintained, but no longer strictly managed through Central Grotto. LaVey wanted his Church of Satan to evolve into a truly Kabbalistic underground, rather than degenerating into a long-running public pageant or a Satan pen pal club. Putting the brakes on the lodge hall activities, LaVey emphasized that a person's status within the Church of Satan should reflect his status outside the organization. Highest-ranking people in the outside world should hold a commensurate position within the group, since LaVey ordered their material, creative, or social success as the truest measure of magical prowess. Anton also shifted in the organizational focus to those who could benefit the church in a substantial way through who and what they were, feeling no obligation to spend large chunks of time with non-productive psychic vampires, no matter how dedicated. There always has to be a fair exchange, LaVey said. I could see that many people were joining our ranks simply because it was a guarantee of friends, or because they wanted the glory of passing tests to earn degrees, much like the grand poobahs, who take off their robes and vestments and become another local nobody again outside their lodge. They were getting more spook appeal out of being members of the Church of Satan than we were getting esteem from having them among our membership. As an organization grows, group activities only cause contention, drain vital energy that could be better applied elsewhere, and eventually become counterproductive. Teaching people that they're all right and society is all wrong, that the only ones who really understand them and that they can relate to are within the group, is damaging in the long run. It only reinforces our own inabilities to deal with the larger world. I wanted to create a forum, a largely structured cabal for the productive aliens, not the misfits who needed to depend on a group. After the reorganization, I was free to be more selective. I would much rather attract and lend support to those individuals who use their alienation, just as most leaders who are usually different or distinctive in some way. Groups encourage dependence on beliefs and illusions to reinforce their omnipotence. Instead of fostering self-sufficiency and honest skepticism, I saw my group lapsing into blind belief and unhealthy anthropomorphism. That's not what I intended, and I had to make moves to get the Church of Satan back on track. At the same time, LaVey became more selective about granting interviews, since his doors were no longer open to anyone off the street who wished to drop by for his lectures. Because of this rather abrupt cessation of activity, rumors spread of the end of the Church of Satan and of LaVey's death. Throughout the 1970s, however, LaVey was obviously busy. Along with copious magazine articles, an avalanche of non-fiction paperbacks covering various aspects of witchcraft and Satanism were widely available on newsstands and in supermarkets, with at least one chapter devoted to Anton's church required in each of them. Hans Holzer's The Witchcraft Report, The Devil is Alive and Well and Living in America Today, The Occult Explosion, The Psychic World of California, Those Curious New Cults, Sex and Satanism, Occult America, The World of the Twilight Believers, Black Magic, Satanism and Voodoo, Witchcraft Today. Not surprisingly, some of our members dedicate themselves to tracking down such endless LaVey ephemera. There is a fairly comprehensive list included in the bibliography and the secret life of a Satanist. I'm waiting for Grady Hendrix to follow his mesmerizing overview of horror fiction from the period, Paperbacks from Hell, with an equally detailed account of the stupefying flood of occult non-fiction books from that wild time. In 1974, the first biography of Anton LaVey, The Devil's Avenger, by Burton Wolfe, was released as a paperback original, which included not only the obvious first-hand accounts of LaVey's life and extensive photos, but some delightfully frank profiles of early church members, including Gregorio Giannofrio, John Farrow, and Lonnie, the sexy and outspoken PTA mom. Of course, there were those who wanted to continue group activities. Rather than seeing LaVey's change as moving the Church of Satan beyond the realm of a personality cult, where all activity is strictly dictated by a central figure, some members felt betrayed by LaVey for discontinuing their avenue for meeting others of like mind. Inevitably, there were also those who felt sour grapes toward LaVey from 1966 on, who felt they could do the same thing, only better. An ever-shifting spectacle of alternative groups formed and disbanded. Most of them took on a Laurel and Hardy-like Sons of the Desert quality and never seemed to be able to stick together for more than a few years, with infighting and jealousies ensuring constant upheaval. Some have written disparaging remarks over the years, which LaVey passed off as absurdly self-righteous, and many have presumably thrown their share of curses in LaVey's direction. To these wannabes, should-have-beens, and parasites, LaVey considered himself just an old spoil sport.